a number of sponsors. Apologies, my glasses isn't here, so I can't see everyone. But most importantly, we have our host, our major collaborator, UNHCR. I do very much acknowledge AfroCap, Stop TB Partnership, EVER, AHF, and ACOMIN, without whom we couldn't have done this. Big claps and shout out to PEFA also. The 2024 CSO Accountability Forum, it's all about collaborating for sustainable HIV, TB, and malaria response, knowing that we do want to end this pandemic by 2030. Without the CSOs, communities, this pandemic cannot end. At this moment, I would like to welcome everyone, but to do that very not appropriately would be the NACA DG, who is here represented by my very own friend and sister, Dr. Yinka Falola. And thereafter, I'll also call on the Society for AIDS President, whom I call Dr. Perry, who would also be welcoming us for this very important event. I do acknowledge the participants that are online. Thanks for hanging on. And I do commit that we would no longer delay you. On this note, I welcome Dr. Falola. You're very much welcome. Good morning, everyone. I stand here representing Dr. Temitope Ilori, the DG NACA, who is unavoidably absent because of other assignments in the country. She's currently between Ekiti and Ogun State, struggling to sustain the HIV response in Nigeria. Really struggle. It's a struggle because I think we agree at the national level that the sub-national is where it's happening and we have to be there. So she's moving around the country. So apologies. She has sent her goodwill to the organizers of this forum, the CSO Accountability Forum, which is a very important platform because we have so many stakeholders, and the CSOs, they have actually a very strong platform, and really without them, the response to HIV, TB, and malaria might not be moving. So I stand on established protocol recognizing UCD, PEFA, other support system, AHF and others, and to say we are very pleased with this platform, and we actually appreciate the fact that this has been happening irrespective of the situation around, and that is not just about HIV, it's actually also living that spirit of integration, spirit of sustainability, spirit of the SWAP agenda of the Federal Ministry of Federal Government of Nigeria, which is that all conditions are put together under one roof, and is the strategic direction to ensure that we provide services, health services to all Nigerians, and that universal health coverage is achievable in the country. So we appreciate this platform, and we are always looking forward to it because it's not just a platform for civil society, like it's called, this accountability framework forum, where we are all held accountable for, especially as government, for what we're doing, feedback on them, and how to better serve the country and Nigerians. We appreciate all partners that have come from even outside Nigeria to be part of this. We look forward to engaging in rich conversations to improve our work, especially around HIV, TB, and malaria, and other related diseases. I'm sure they will come up, and we will be looking forward to the output of this. The DG is actually looking forward to it, so that we can integrate in what we're doing to ensure sustainable health for all Nigerians. Thank you and best wishes to all.
Thank you so much. Thank you for the encouraging words, and thank you also for notes that support what we're doing. On that note, I'd like to call on the President of the Society for AIDS in Africa in the name of in the person of Honorable Dr. David Karen Yewe, who, thank you very much. I practiced it severally, but at a very critical moment, I felt, Perry, apologies. It's not time to listen to you online. Can we have, pardon? It's not there. No, I don't understand the shaking of the head. The system, the sound is not working, but Dr. David is there. But this is, what is this one? Can we? Can we see him?
So we want to wish every one of you a fruitful deliberation, and we hope that at the end of this deliberation, this is pointing, some of the feedbacks here are feedbacks we're going to use to go back, and they are going to, where we know is going to, they are pointing the right direction to go. So once again, you all are welcome, and I wish all of us a fruitful deliberation. Thank you.
I'm the UNAIDS Country Director. So before I stand on the existing protocol, recognize DG NACA, the powerful PEPFAR team. Sabine, I wasn't expecting you here, but it shows how committed so PEPFAR is. My sister, Dr. Morris from the ABC, the community, last but not least, Luc Bodea, who is the SAR coordinator and also the director of the. Very happy, to be part of this event, which is very timely, at least for 3 reasons. Number one, this is happening as a pre-conference to the Civil Society Accountability Framework. And it's coming at a time when there's recognition, so that both the communities and the CSOs are vital if we want to end the epidemic of AIDS, TB, and malaria. CSOs and communities play a key role, so when it comes to the successful implementation of any public health intervention, so preventing diseases, ensuring that people can have access to treatment, or even promoting health. Last week, some of us who attended the joint annual review in the health sector. Mutual accountability was really high on the agenda. It was discussed. It was discussed because mutual accountability promotes trust, it promotes collaboration, and also it promotes, so share responsibility, so for our personal growth as NGOs, but also our collective growth, so as a forum, if we are to move forwards. And in saying that, so it brings in a sense of responsibility in such a way that we can achieve our collective goal. So our collective goal here is ending the epidemic of AIDS, TB, malaria by 2030 as a public health threat. So really, number one, the second reason why I'm very happy is that 16 years ago, that gentleman that you see there, Mr. Luc Bodea, 16 years ago, I was serving as UNAIDS Country Director in Ghana. And my personal assistant comes to me and says, there's somebody who wants to see you. I say, I'm sorry, so I'm busy. Can he come the week after? The week after she came, and then I say, yes, I'm sorry, I'm still busy. That was just testing his resiliency. And then finally I met with Luc Bodea. And then Luc came to me and said, Dr. Zekan, the SAR Secretariat has been relocated to Ghana, and we are struggling. I say, how come you are struggling? And then we are at the crossroads. Say, what can we do? We paid the rent for your office, I think for a couple of months. But us and say, can we co-create, so the new SAP? We provided some technical support to develop a very ambitious and transformative strategic plan, mobilize resources, and the plan was launched in December 2011 during the ICASA in Addis Ababa. Tedros was then the Minister of Health. So, okay, you can see people acknowledging he was there. I'm very happy, so to have contributed, as a person, but also representing my organization, so to that transformative journey of SAP. Today, Professor Molike will be presenting the findings of the 2022 ICASA that took place, 2023 that took place in Zimbabwe. It shows that, so you've done well, as we say in Nigeria, really steering SAP, and inshallah, we all will be in Accra next year, so for the 23rd, so edition of the ICASA. And ICASA is the largest, so conference in Africa, so to discuss issue around HIV and AIDS in Nigeria. So really well done, Luke. Then the last one is that the journey on sustainability of the AIDS response, so have started in Nigeria. We've been meeting for the last couple of weeks and months, so implementing partners, states, CSOs. Domestic resource mobilization is part of that agenda, and we really hope, as mentioned by previous speakers, so that suggestions, ideas that will come from this conversation will really help us, so inform, our roadmap that we hope will be available or launch, so sometime around World AIDS Day under the leadership of NACA. We are committed, working with you, Bodea and SAP, and we're committed in working, so with CSO's accountability forum. We met with the chair yesterday and then made some suggestions. Thank you so much. Again, I'm very happy to be here. Thank you.
Country Director, he would be coming up shortly again when we're having the panel discussion, and we do continue to acknowledge the excellent support that you continue to give to the civil society. We have another excellent partner in PESA who has also strengthened in many ways the civil society response in Nigeria. It's my pleasure to welcome additional. No, come on. Yeah. It's a tempting.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Fumiande Sonia, and I'm the PEPFAR coordinator with the U.S. mission here. I'm also pleased to be joined by our chair from the Bureau of Global Health Security and Diplomacy, Dr. Shabin Ali, who I'll be sharing the stage with. So I just want to share a couple of remarks and just some reflections. But before standing on existing protocols, please again allow me to just recognize and appreciate the CSO Accountability Forum, the Peer Review Network. Okay. My dear brother, the UNAIDS Country Director, DG, represented by our dear sister, Dr. Yinka, Ashwan, NEP1, and all of you. I think this is really a quite timely opportunity and meeting, because when you look at the title, Collaborating for Sustainable HIV/AIDS, Tuberculosis, and Malaria Response, I'm a very practical person, and sometimes I like to interrogate words. And when you think about sustainable, it's a word that we've been talking about and a theme that we've been talking about for years, even when PEPFAR was started off as an emergency response. And right now, with the swap and the jar, and a lot of the initiatives that are happening right now, it is quite timely that we truly think about what is it going to take and what does it mean to sustain not only HIV, but TB and malaria efforts, and ensure that every Nigerian has access to quality, comprehensive care. Recently, we lost a pioneer in the HIV global space. And I don't know if anyone by show of hands knows Cornelius Baker. Has anyone heard the name? Cornelius Baker. So for those who may not be, okay, I see a couple of hands. He recently passed away, and he was a passionate advocate for people marginalized, for people who lacked access to quality care. He was, during his tenure, he led the National Association of People Living with HIV at Whitman Walker, which is a very, I think, well-renowned HIV service delivery center. He served as Chief Policy Advisor for PEPFAR, Special Advisor to the Office of AIDS Research, and he was the PEPFAR liaison at the National Institutes of Health. But first and foremost, he was someone who challenged all who worked with him to keep laser focused on leaving no one behind. And he used the platform of advocacy and his civil society network to ensure that resources were made available, not only from a congressional level, but also at a state level. And this is the role that each and every one of you and us as donors and multilateral stakeholders have to play. It is your platform that's going to go to National Assembly to ensure that the resources are unlocked as we talk about domestic resource mobilization. That is not necessarily the role of donors, but that is the role that you uniquely are positioned to do. And just like pioneers like Cornelius Baker marched and went to Congress and said, this is what is needed to support people not only globally, but also in our backyard. This is, I think, the charge that you're going to carry when you reflect and talk about what do all of these strategies mean if they're not sustainable? And what does it mean if your voices are not heard? And so I think what I would like to do is just challenge you is to bring these messages to the very networks and policy makers that are in control of making the financial decisions to ensure sustainability of the efforts that you have contributed to over the last 2 decades. Because without you, we can't talk about sustainability. We can't talk about domestic resource mobilization. Because we know right now, with the Naira, we see what's happening. We see how people are struggling, right? But also, if you don't have health, you don't have wealth. You can't do anything if you're unwell. You can't do anything if you can't feed your families, right? So it's a balance. But we're not going to be able to move forward in that balance without you. So as I reflect and as I just wrap up, and I will share the stage with Dr. Shabin Ali, who I'm sure will share a little more of PEPFAR global perspectives. Nigeria was there in the beginning when PEPFAR and the Global Fund was launched. Nigeria is where African Union heads of state convened to sign the Abuja Declaration. And Nigeria will be among the list of countries in 2030 that has eliminated HIV as a public health threat. But that can only happen with your advocacy and with your perseverance and with all of us working together in collaboration and partnership, donors, multilaterals like UNAIDS, and states. Because a lot of us talk about things at the national level, but we really need to bring this to the subnational level. And I think what we're hearing from the JAR and the SWAP and the sustainability roadmap is that we can't leave the states behind because the communities where you represent and come from those state level. So with that, I am excited about this opportunity to be here. Some of us will be in and out, but just really want to challenge you and encourage you. Thank you.
Thank you, Pumi. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
I'm Shabin Ali. As my colleague Pumi Adesanya said, I'm the country chair for the PEPFAR Nigeria program. I'm based in Washington, D.C. You'll all forgive me because I just arrived last night. Leo was mentioning that he wasn't expecting to see me here. I was also not expecting to be here. Fortunately, I was able to get my Nigerian visa on Friday afternoon and make it here. So I'll keep this brief because I know you have a very rich agenda. And I'll mention just one piece that Pumi highlighted as well, is as happy as I am to be here and standing on existing protocols, to see Dr. Inka again and other colleagues, really the voices I think that we want to keep hearing and amplifying is from communities and civil society organizations. whether you're part of a very large organization that's present all over Nigeria, or even just a grassroots one that has a small entity in, let's say, in Kano or in Uyo or anywhere else. That's the voice that we need to hear from so that we can better understand what a sustainable HIV, malaria, or TB program looks like in Nigeria. It may differ from your neighbors, whether they be also in West Africa, Southern Africa, etc. But I think that's the big piece of information that we're all really yearning to hear more about. Because it's only with that transparency and that openness that we can have that impact. And I will also share that those are the memories of our colleague, Dr. Cornelius Baker, that Fumi shared with you earlier, that I recall as well, right? That willingness to meet and talk with others, to share those lessons learned, especially from the people who have experienced all those things in a first-hand way. That I'll be very honest, I just cannot. Right? I have a different perspective. I'm based in Washington, D.C. So whatever, those are gems of information for us as we work collectively to understand what a sustainable program for Nigeria would look like. So that is just what I would encourage you all to do, and I look forward to hearing more about the findings and the successes. Right? Thank you very much for having me.
I'll build on the excellent messages we've heard, good messages. For those of us that were with the CSO Accountability Forum, the peer review forum actually, there was a lot of reminiscence yesterday. This platform is not another conference. It's supposed to be a platform where society organizations are listening and holding people who should be accountable. But beyond that, it's supposed to be a space where you, as civil society organizations here, pick up pieces of agenda for the next year to run with. We do appreciate that the space is closing up for those that are advocates and a lot more expanding for implementers. And when you become implementers, you're truly not watchdogs. You become part of a system that you otherwise should be watching over. But the peer review forum have chosen to stay independent of that space and be the advocate there is. But as a collective, we need to make this a lot stronger and a lot more useful. Therefore, on that note, I welcome every person representing civil society organization here to engage with policymakers. I welcome NEP1, ASHWAN, APIN, ACT Nigeria, TB Network, KP Secretariat, EVA, ACOMI, Stop TB Partnership, AHF, TB People, Africa, Shoshan, Plan Foundation, and Marinetta. We'll celebrate you. On that note, we'll move on to the next agenda, where we'll be listening to presentations from the Society for AIDS in Africa. Once again, this is the one platform of Africa for Africa, where you also network and meet people to do things better. 2030 is a target, but we can get there if we choose to. This is Nigeria. We can. Remember, I forever remember the 4-1 Riyadh goal for those of us that are still old. The miracle that changed. The Nigerians are the ones that do miracle. Always stop behind and end up winning. On that note, I welcome Dr. Lutwatia to share with us.
Without cause of fellowship, God will not be here today. That will be
who is here with us. Please come to the front. Join us here. Very paramount we came to Ghana. Now we were transferred because the Secretary of State was before in Nigeria here at NACA. We worked with NACA for at least 5 years before we got transferred to Ghana. And in Ghana, we faced a lot of challenges. But one person stand that time, tall and famous. Now people recognize that person, Dr. ZK from UNIT. Thank you so much for this. When they presented, without culture, there is no way we can lead the response in Africa. Next slide. The current board member, David is the president, Dr. David is the president, Professor Mohamed Chakour from Tunisia is the vice president, Dr. Aliou Silla from Mali is the secretary general, and Dr. Nonklakla Ndlovu, the deputy secretary general, she's from South Africa. We have Professor Morenike Pong, the treasurer from Nigeria, and we have Dr. Amy Chezire from Kenya member. You can see that because across the continent, the 5 regions of the continent are well represented. Next slide. Next slide.
cannot leave it or send somebody, no, we need to be here. Because Nigeria, if you look at our statistics, Nigeria is key players when it comes to the health response in Africa. Building partnership and establishing strong network, cooperation beyond border. In addition to this principle, SAR is committed to the global effort to achieve 95-95-95 treatment target by 2025, ending AIDS as a public health threat by 2030, and assuring universal health coverage. These are our core principles. Next slide. Next slide. Talking about strong structural framework is important. Without strong structural framework, there's no way we can achieve what we have to. We can achieve greatness. And this is the diagram. We can see that we have General Assembly. I'm not sure how many people are here are members of SAR, paid members of SAR. Wow, thank you. We have only 6 people, but we are more than 100 here. You know, SAR is an association and where you have the right to belong to. I think for students it's $15, and for everyone it's $25. For organization it's $150, and it gives you a lot of advantage. You know, you can be part of the board, and you can also be part of the planning committee of every ICASA and every program, because we don't only do ICASA, we do more than that. Then you can be member of the Assembly General if you are paid member of SAR. Then you can also be elected as the Administrative Council, and you can be elected from the Administrative Council to be executive member, as we have also Morenike now as the executive member of SAR. She's the treasurer. You have the president, the secretary general. Then you start the coordinator and the ICASA director. From general assembly to the executive member is a pro bono. Is the honorary position. But from the SAR coordinator down, they are staff, they are paid staff. Based on that structure, you have the ICASA director, the finance and admin, you have various departments, up to 20 departments. Today, we have more than 25 people working as SAR secretariat permanently. Next slide. And one of our major activities is ICASA, but it's not only ICASA. We do also advocate at the high level by organizing a lot of symposium, by going to countries strengthening their system, by also providing also technical support in capacity building. Saying that, you can see that the major activity that is the ICASA, we have hosted over the year 22 conferences, over 34 years, and next year, ICASA 2025 will be in Ghana, and it will be the 35th anniversary of SAR. Then we are inviting all of you, in Ghana in December 2025, 3rd to 8th December 2025, to help us to organize the ICASA 2025 in Ghana. Okay, next. Yeah, talking about structure, governance structure is also important to talk about ICASA governance structure. We don't stay in the confine of our office to organize ICASA. You all are part of the ICASA organization, if you are a member or not. And to do that, we have what we call the ICC, the ICASA Coordinating Committee. This one is composed with the Minister of Health from the host country, with two key stakeholders, with 3 people from Society for in Africa. We have ICASA chair. At every ICASA, the chair is always the SAR president, and the vice chair is always the Minister of Health. It means that you cannot organize ICASA if you don't have Minister of Health. Only the country has the right to bid for ICASA conferences. And then we have ICASA director, and we have ICASA secretariat. We have the international secretariat based in Ghana, and the local secretariat is generally the host country, support. We have the international steering committee meeting. That international steering committee is where we manage the program. We plan the program with the international steering committee meeting. The international steering committee meeting. And we have the scientific program, the leadership program, and the community program. It means that today, if you are CSO, people think that CSO is only community. No. CSO is also scientifics. And CSO is also leadership. Then it means that you cut across all the 3 components that organize the ICASA. Then if you are not part of the steering committee meeting of ICASA, please join us by being member of SAR. Next slide. I'm talking about structure. I'll come back to the structure because we want to put we want to explain to the CSO that you need to have strong structure. Without strong structure, there is no way we can achieve our goals. You know, that's very, very important. And this is the structure that we apply when we are organizing ICASA online, when we are organizing ICASA on-site. Don't forget that ICASA convenes from 8,000 to 15,000 delegates every 2 years. Next slide. Yeah. We cannot talk about the International Conference on HIV without talking about the financial management. To organize ICASA is country that's supposed to apply. When they apply, we need to sign the MOU with the host country, generally with the government. The Minister of Health is always sign the MOU. We have ICASA procedure that are part of the MOU. We have ICASA international account. Don't forget that to organize ICASA, the international account is always signed by the Minister of Health from the country and the SAR president. These are the two people that sign ICASA account. This is why after every ICASA, we send a report to all donors. You know, level authorization is also mentioned in the financial management. Local support and role and responsibility is mentioned. The project will end in March 2026 by audit report that we send to various donors and program report. Next. Yeah, relevance of ICASA. You know, just 35 years, what we have done so far. I want to go through just few aspects of ICASA. In 2021, when we were having a COVID, people believed that we could not host ICASA, but we host ICASA virtually. We host ICASA virtually and very successfully because we believe that despite the pandemic that we have in Africa, HIV is still paramount, and we need to continue advocate for that to end it. Then, in 2021, we hosted up to 4,025 delegates online. We can see, and we get up to 1,100 and more than 1,000 exhibitors. You know, online, we get more than 1,061 abstracts, yeah, in 2021, virtual. But in 2023, in Zimbabwe, we were hybrid, because it's both virtual and hybrid because of the situation that time. And now, ICASA Forward will be always hybrid meeting, as we are hosting this event with hybrid. Let me take the opportunity also to greet people who are online there, you know. And in 2023, we have a total of 8,118 delegates attending ICASA 2023. You can see how the impact is huge. That is only people who are attending, not broadcasting. You know, we reach for the virtual people we were having 1,571. You know, and that time we get up to 2,600 abstracts. You know, and it's good that we should start building capacity for CSO also to have the best abstract, because we have noticed that in 2023 there's also weak, and Professor Monica will come to that. That we decided now to start building capacity for CSO to have the best abstract, because they are the grassroots, they are the ones that are directly in contact with our people over there. Then we have 105 countries that attended ICASA, you know, with 73 media. Next slide. Yeah, to talk about relevance, it's important to talk about attendance. You can see over the years, you know, 2005, you know, we can see, yeah, 2015, 5,000 delegates, you know, 2027, 2028, 6,000, you know, 8,000, this is ICASA in Abidjan, and then virtual ICASA, you know, 3,000, and ICASA in Zimbabwe, 2023, 8,180. Next. Yeah, ICASA is not only for grassroots, it's a higher level advocacy. We take ICASA platform to really ask for accountability and ask the leadership to help us to end the pandemic in our continent. You can see these various higher level leaders, they always attend ICASA, and the paramount of them is the ICASA one in Ethiopia. Yes. Yeah. How to organize the ICASA? I told you, we send, if you see in your perspective that we put there, the call for ICASA 2027 is out. You know, only the country can bid. You can tell your NACA here or the Minister of Health to bid to host ICASA 2027 in Nigeria. You know, and we do the pre-selection. A paid member, you are the one that vote for the country that you want to go for next ICASA. And after you vote for the country, the board they have to conduct the assessment visit for the country. And in the pamphlet that we put here, this is the announcement of ICASA 2025 in Ghana with the head of state of Ghana. Next slide. Yeah. This is the host country commitment and SAC commitment. The commitment that we need for the government is the condition environment, venue, security, mobilization of local. Organize the ICASA, there is no discrimination. If you have discrimination law in your country, we cannot organize the ICASA. This is why you notice that we removed ICASA from Ethiopia, from Tunisia in 2015 we removed ICASA from Ethiopia because of the discrimination law, the discriminative law, and we removed ICASA also for Uganda in 2023 because of discriminatory law. Next. ICASA is also a system of public and private partnership. We really encourage all the CSO to go about it because there's no way the government can succeed to end aid alone. You know, we need to have the PPP approach. Next slide. Impact of the host country. When you are hosting ICASA, the social cultural impact is huge. Imagine more than 8,000 people coming to your country. You know. And the academic impact, we just show it now because we have more than 3,000 abstracts. You know, economic impact, you can imagine that you have more than 8,000 people coming to your country. The economic impact is huge because across all the spectrum of the economy. Visibility of the host country, yeah. Most of the people who are hosting ICASA, you know, they have that feelings that they are hosting the world. Next ICASA. Yeah, these are our projects. Dr. Zeken, you have started to help us with the first strategic plan in ICASA, you know, at SAC. And today, we are planning to build this facility. We are planning to build this facility where we are planning to have an international radio and television to talk only about HIV, because not HIV, to talk only about health system in Africa. Don't forget that ICASA is not only about HIV, it's about TB, malaria, and emerging infection. You know, we believe that having a radio and television for ICASA is paramount, because during COVID we have noticed that really every country was going everywhere to do their thing. Then we need to have mainstream information, you know, to talk about our health system in Africa. And we want to put inside also a conference facility for 500 people at least, especially for our workshop, and a dialysis center, you know, for people living with HIV, and also office space for rent. This is our baby, and we hope that we organize have this very soon. Next slide. Yeah, conclusion. ICASA is a Pan-African platform by excellence to advocate for the end of AIDS by 2030. To call our respective government to provide universal health care coverage to all, to address the issues of non-communicable diseases and emerging infection in Africa, to strengthen our health system in Africa. Next slide. Yeah, welcome to ICASA 2025 in Ghana. We are expecting all of you in Ghana. And please attend all our workshops in terms of how to provide the best abstract. We have one workshop today with Professor Morenike. You know, after this session, I will invite all of you to attend that session. Thank you so much. Let us end it by thanking our
at least understand and cannot speak for it in public spaces. This for you also strengthens you. My slide. Just before I quickly present Medical HIV Prevention Forum, and I am here because it's not a closed space, it's not IAS. I'm not comparing, but I tell you, if you want to join ICASA, if you want to join the steering committee coming up in Ghana, it's just for you to tell them and you bring substance and you believe in, and that's how I got into executive position. At 95% targets for most part. But when you say 5% is left behind in Nigeria, that's as big as Botswana. Apologies. So yes, you're talking about 5% that is more than the country. So we in ICASA is aligned to the 2063 agenda of AU. So it's very important that you get on that board and bring what you can. And I look forward to having a lot more Nigerian presence. Thank you, Professor Indoko, for leaving that space. So briefly, an highlight of ICASA 2023, as is noted, the attendance. But if there's anything I wanted you to see about the attendance, take away my video and look at that circle. You'll see that Nigeria's presence is huge. When you talk about nationalities that attend, this is now skewed to the membership. The striving of manuscript writing is a big structure, but it's only membership that will. We've engaged over 28 or 30 mentors that will support throughout this period abstract writing with focus for community, but it's only members that will benefit. And we'll be talking, we also will be starting the essay journal that has started under Professor Idoko's leadership, the consideration, but likely members will get discounts from the APC fees. So membership is really cool. It's still cheap, though $25 might be something now, but it hasn't changed since. And you can see the statistics. I think is the gender balance in speakers. I think in 2023 there were a lot more women speaking. That's really very important. But if you look at the demographics, 61% is 20 to 60, but we know that there's space for young people. And ICASA is consciously driving that. One of the new things that SAI is going to do next year is the Youth Summit. So you're going to see that happening every 2 years because there's a consciousness that within Africa, the demographics, even when we're talking about prevention and treatment, has to fall on adolescents and young people. So from next year, we were trying to plan it this year, but it didn't work. So from next year, the Youth Summit is going to be a biannual event with ICASA. Next slide. So leadership is one of the strongest things. If there's any HIV conference that you've gone around the world, I'm sure you can say confidently that ICASA is the one where there's leadership component, where there's presidents that are always there. One of the big things about the 2023 was the presence. They were expecting 3 national presidents, 3 country presidents actually. So security was tight, and that security meant that the country had to take a number of responsibility, which may otherwise seem like unnecessary tight security. But you can't bring any president to any place where the security isn't going to be different. So that is one of the peculiarities about ICASA. SARS program leadership is present so that they hear the voices and go away, and when they are back in their country, they can respond. One of the big deals about 2023 was the First Ladies meeting, and our own First Lady was there. The First Lady committed strongly, and this is something that you should know, and as a country, ride on, because she committed. You know, anywhere in the world, when the words are spoken, that's your advocacy food. And so this is one of the highlights. She was one of the 10 represented female First Ladies that were there, and this is a very, very strong point that we should anchor on. So this is one of the peculiarities of ICASA. Leaderships are there, you hold them. I can assure you that Zimbabwe can tell you how ICASA's presence, 2 years, has changed the landscape of HIV response. We can make the same happen when we take on the lessons learned. That is why we're sharing lessons learned here. Next slide, please. So these are special sessions. We had Winnie, we had WHO ex Director General of WHO Afro, as well as UNAIDS leaders speaking. This is a leadership space. Next slide, please. And we had our key leaders, and young people, as well as key pops also filling the space. It's about community having their voices. You heard our welcome messages. That is your voices. And I tell you, many things happen in these spaces when community voices are heard, and it changes the programs of donors and countries. So you need to be where the voices are heard, and please, in this space, also ensure that your voices are heard. Next slide, please. These are networking sessions. Please know that ICASA also acknowledges science and builds the capacity of science, and they do give best, for best abstract presentation for each of the 5 tracks, you do get acknowledged for that. Next slide, please. So what are the key findings? One of the big things we find is the epidemiology. Western Central Africa is still behind in its response, despite the excellent stories in Sub-Saharan Africa. Ironically, Nigeria is central to Western Central Africa. So when Western Central Africa is failing, please know it's a pointer to Nigeria. We have to make a difference on that demographic. So this is one of the highlights. Another highlight is the need for integrating social support systems with HIV prevention strategies, and also the impact of COVID. COVID did have an impact, and I did work with UNAIDS to do a study that scientific sections. We did note the need for antiretroviral therapy and vaccine research, that there are cutting-edge science happening in the continent. Ironically, it's a lot more focused on South Africa and East Africa. West Africa kind of is left behind in this innovative drive. We have to find ourselves in that space. Biomedical advances, new biomedical tools, PrEP, and injectable is a big deal. And I want to congratulate Everytime 360 that is driving the injectable agenda in Nigeria, but as a collective, we must make it happen. We cannot be asking these advances to be on our agenda 15 years after the world has gone forward. We need to do better with PrEP access, and we have to move the WFRI ring and make the injectable prevention happen. Next slide. Community and civil society space. Please, once again, the role of community is much more skewing towards service delivery, but that's not our primary role. Advocacy is, education is critical, and I want to thank the networks, HIV, TB, malaria, moving the CLM agenda in Nigeria, moving towards integration and generating the evidence for the voice to inform policies of the program. It is very important, and we have to back that. Programmatic response, telehealth services, it happened in COVID, we have to make a change. We have to make it sustainable. Policy issues, like I said, we must move on. Western Central Africa, EMTCT is our agenda. It's our agenda, so we must move it. Okay, all right. And a commitment, and that was the commitment to action, the elimination of mother-to-child transmission, HIV, hepatitis, and syphilis. So this must be something we can work on. And integration of service is the way to go. Integration, integration, integration. once again, congratulating the CSOs that are already working towards that actively, and let's see how we can drive that agenda. I think this is the last slide. Of course, funding continues to be a problem, but we know domestic resources is the way to go, and this is why this has been happening today. It's about domestic resources, but our voices as CSO must drive that agenda. We must sustain community-led programs. Many donor organizations are increasing the visibility and the space of civil society in the response. We must ask. CCCM says 30% civil society, USAID says 30% to community, and then how is it happening? Nobody's asking. We must ask. Without that demand, it's not going to happen. Remember, human rights, you fight for your human rights. So much more less other things. It's your right, it's in the Constitution, but you fight for it. So please know that you have to ask to get what we otherwise should have. And then, is this where I was? I say thank you for listening, and then we move on. The panel discussion. What you've heard so far is to stimulate and kind of get us on board, noting that we have the power of our voice to speak in this space. We're going to get policymakers, critical persons, to sit on a panel now to discuss. And hopefully you ask, because this is an opportunity to engage with them. This roundtable discussion is about domestic resourcing for HIV response within the emerging health financing framework in Nigeria. And we shall have the NAPA-TG, the two sorts, community representatives. What's the community representative for this program? You? Okay, excellent. Excellent. CCM, PEFA? Yes. But actually, UNX is the facilitator of this meeting. And so at this point, I'm going to welcome my dear friend and brother and support to manage the session. Thank you so much for being there. I'm going to give him a public hug. Don't ask me.
Professor Inoko is looking at me. I got a message from the board. Say where are the communities in the board, and then where is the private sector on the board, so of SAT. So I just want to flag it, so to you guys in the board. Okay. But I'm reacting when they saw the functions, so they saw the function. I mean, again, that's just a suggestion. Good morning. I'm really very happy to be facilitating this conversation. And Professor Morike mentioned that the theme is about domestic resource mobilization, in Nigeria. By the way, I look at the 2018 event, the same event. Prof was still on domestic resource mobilization, in Nigeria, and the focus was on public-private partnership, getting the private sector also involved. And this time around, I think the context is a little bit different, because while we are mobilizing for funding to fund our AIDS response, we need to be mindful that the Minister of Coordinating Minister is driving an agenda, so that goes beyond HIV and AIDS. It's all about the swap with one plan, one budget, one reporting, one conversation, and even one voice. So we really need to be mindful, of that. And the SWAP has 13 priorities. Then one of the priorities around reducing the incidence of AIDS, TB, malaria. So we really need to be mindful, of that. As a way of introducing the conversation here, just a few points. When we look at the NASA, which is a National AIDS Spending Assessment, UNAIDS has been working very closely with the government to conduct a National AIDS Spending Assessment. And proportion of domestic resources, so roughly it's about 5 and 10%, towards mostly funding infrastructures and then human resources. So it means that in the context of Nigeria, our funding is still totally driven. The funding is driven mainly by PEPFAR and then Global Fund. And I think we need to clap for PEPFAR, who is here, and then also Global. Let's make no mistakes. That generosity will not continue at a tenor. Okay, so let's make no mistake. And we're already seeing competing priorities and less resources, so available, for that. The other thing I want to underscore here, Funmi mentioned the fact that the Naira, so devaluation, if I may use that word, means that even if government is giving the 5 or 10% in terms of quantum of resources, so it is less. When I came here, about 2 years ago, 2 years and a half, the exchange rate was $1 for 600 Naira, and see where we are at today. So even with the same amount of money, so the value of that money in buying ARVs, so it is really less. And we saw the same, so in Zimbabwe, where they have a levy. Then because of the devaluation, so they ended up having a lot of resources, but it was, the worth wasn't what we were expecting. So in 2020, 2021, the government started a process of alignment, 1.0, to align between PEPFAR, Global Fund, and the government. There was a commitment from the government to be providing ARVs, I think for about 100,000 PHIV, with the commitment of having that increase, about 50,000, so every year. But unfortunately, because of the competing priorities that we do have, that effort has stalled. But there's a new administration. Then at the heart of that new administration, it's really how do we ensure that we can have a thriving health sector that will help contribute to the 1 trillion economy that the Tinubu and the Shetima administration, are driving at. So we really want, against that background, to see how we can, in this panel discussion, just review what are some of the emerging innovative approaches, so to increase not only HIV financing, but really the financing for the entire health sector. Second, how can we enhance collaboration? So it's important that we enhance that collaboration. Government will have a role to play. Private sector will have a role to play. Community and civil society will have a play. So really to go and challenge the policymakers, and say, can we allocate more resources? So that at that line, so your voice is really extremely important. So enhancing the collaboration, discuss what are the sustainable funding models. I'm referring to also what Funmi mentioned, in such a way that we can reduce Nigeria's dependency, so vis-a-vis external funding, and then find innovative way, so to get resources. We heard from the SAR president there was different options, so in terms of innovation, in terms of taxation, integration, whatever it is. So let's see what are the innovative ways, so that can inform the conversation. And lastly, reflect on the approaches that we mobilize high-level political commitment, but in the context of Nigeria, then what I have learned here is that power is not only in Abuja, power is at the state level. And with the recent law of granting autonomy, so to the LGAs, so we also need to see, so how that engagement, that political leadership, so will go beyond Abuja to go to the LGAs and the chair and the state governors. So I really want to put that in context. So to help us, so begin the conversation, we have a Gigi Naka. Gigi Naka, who's ably represented here by Dr. Yinka. I just want to read few words from Gigi's Naka bio. She holds an MBBS from University of Ibadan, a fellowship on family care and primary care. She was formerly a commissioner of health in her home state, Osun State, and also a chairperson of the SACA in Osun. She has a passion for family care, and under her leadership, we've been working very closely, so to develop a sustainability roadmap. Can we clap for Gigi Naka? Second on the panel is Dr. Morris. Dr. Morris is the CEO of the African Business Coalition for Health. It is an acronym ABC Health. It used to be ABC HIV, and it has transformed, so to ABC Health, which is a non-profit social enterprise with the aim is to support government and African countries to improve the continent's health sector. She's a facilitator of the Health Policy Commission within the Nigerian Economic Summit Group, and she holds a master's degree in law, finance, and business administration. Can we welcome Dr. Morris today? It's my twin sister for another mother, Dr. Fulmi Adesanya. She's laughing. She's a public health professional, more than 15 years experience in implementing HIV program at the grassroots level, so in the US, and also operationalizing strategic HIV policies towards ending HIV in sub-Saharan Africa. Prior to coming to Nigeria, she served as Deputy Berko in Zimbabwe, also in Malawi, and she also served as the chair of the oversight committee in the country coordinating mechanism of the CCM. Please welcome Dr. Fulmi Adesanya. Is NEP1. Abdul is being ably represented by Nicholas Upenya. Is that my pronouncing correctly? Yes. So Abdul is an experienced social development expert in engaging in a community center engagement with government, local, international organization. He leads the network of people living with HIV and AIDS in Nigeria. Abdul played a critical role in mobilizing civil society organization in the past Grand Cycle Global Fund GC6 and contributed a lot to the PEPFAR initiative of patient education and empowerment plan, which is called PIP. Can we welcome Nicholas? But not least, I hope Tajuddin is online. It's Esther Hindi Malim. Esther is the current national coordinator of Ashwan, Network of Women Living with HIV and AIDS in Nigeria. I did not know you play basketball, so while reading the bio, I was amazed, so she holds a BS degree in physical and health education, former basketball. I see where the energy is coming from. And she has been involved in civil society organization, so she was the first AP coordinator in Borno State, same leadership in NEP1, Ashwan, and then now she leads very well, so as the national coordinator, the network of women living with HIV and AIDS. She's an advocate for gender equity. She's passionate about ensuring that there's zero tolerance for stigma and discrimination, gender-based violence, and is an advocate, so for women empowerment. Can we clap for? Do we have somebody online? Tajuddin? No, he's not. So Funmi, you'll be speaking both, so for PEPFAR and the CCM for obvious reason, so US government is a major contributor to the Global Fund, and also contributing, so extensively, so to PEPFAR. So to get us started, I will start with Dr. Ika. In about 5 minutes, you will just share with us what are the opportunities you see in the current economic environment, which is tough. Fiscal space is really constrained. So what are the opportunities that you see as NACA in the current economic and political space that will support NACA's effort? I know there's a lot of goodwill there to mobilize domestic resources to sustain our program. And if you could shed some light on recent achievement on these efforts. You have, about 5 minutes or less, to share your views, please. Over to you, Dr. Ika.
Yeah, thank you, moderator Dr. Liu, co-panelists. Health insurance, social integration into social services for HIV and vulnerable populations. These were strategic agenda we put together, but were not actually pushed to implementation, full implementation. We also have the HIV Trust Fund that was also launched in 2022, and during that, we know with the SWOT agenda, bringing everything together, the experiences we've gathered on these strategies will come to bear as we move forward to the sustainability and ownership agenda. Like partners around have been part of developing this, not just at the national level, but pushing it down to sub-national level. Lots of advocacy to political powers at sub-national level to ensure we key into the agenda that they are currently pushing at those sub-national levels, and also to also look at how we integrate more. We have the experience of CLM. CLM with HIV community was fully supported by NACA, and we provided lots of technical guidance and even resources that were coming into the response to civil society groups was pushed through NACA, where we're able to provide technical support to them, which has actually metamorphosed and is coming up strongly into an integrated approach for AIDS, TB, malaria, and other related diseases. We believe with all of this, we would be able to learn on our past experiences, and also that even if we've not really explored all these options well, we are positioning. We actually plan and we are conducting some assessment with NHI, that's the National Health Insurance Agent, Authority, to actually look at what is happening. We know different partners. We have the experience of Lagos and Kano, where the government is actually paying the premium, and it's increasing a number of PLHIV and HIV vulnerable populations into health insurance. We also have pockets of this around the country. We are looking at the current status of all of this and deploying the standard. We actually developed a blueprint on how that should be done, and we are going to be unfolding and learning from the previous experiences to engage on this. We also have, just like we have in DC, we have NIBUCA. NIBUCA is Business Coalition for AIDS. They were very useful in the early days of the response. We are looking at strengthening them. We are also looking at strengthening the HIV. We have developed some roadmap on how all this will be done, and we hope by come 2025, we will be looking at the experiences we will gather deploying all of this, because really the HIV sustainability and ownership agenda roadmap that would be launched at the World AIDS Day this year, it's something that is actually looking at domestic financing, and we are really poised to push that agenda. Thank you.
Thank you. What you said, we haven't pushed a lot. So when we come back in the second round, it might be good to hear from you what are the one or two things that we need to do, so to unlock that, to make that difference. Since I knew Professor Idoko, I've heard about NIBUCA, so it might also be good, so what is it that in this current environment, what else is it that we can do? So I will come back to you really on the specific, what are the one or two things that we need to do, so to make a domestic resource mobilization strategy, or make sure that one or two opportunities, so can be brought to fruition. Again, thank you so much. We want to move to the communities. Nicholas, with your permission, let's start with women first, if you don't mind. So to really hear, there was a lot of conversation, so about your voice, so being heard, your voice, being amplified in terms of advocacy where it matters. So what has been, from where you see Esther, how has the communities, so mobilized to support NACA in what they are actually trying to do for increased domestic resources, and if there's any successful effort, so far, you may want to share with you. We'll start with you, and it will be the same question, so to you, Nicholas. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think the community have worked effortlessly to ensure that we contribute and support the efforts NACA are doing. One, as a community, in advocacy and mobilization, we mobilize our community in terms of advocacy, in terms of awareness creation, to ensure that we support the response. And engagement with also stakeholders, creating demand, and one of such instances are treatment access, where we now discover that our access to treatment, and then specifically women, transmission of mother-to-child transmission through our advocacy protesting conducted by the community. Today we are enjoying free ARVs because the community voiced out and they demand and protested, and we have free ARVs. And also PMTCT model come to be because community, we voice our, and we advocate. We had a lot of engagement with policymakers. And from there also, we can see the mentor mother model that have come to be, whereby women living with HIV and AIDS are engaged to serve as mentor mothers at the community and the facility to ensure that women have access to services to prevent mother-to-child transmission. And one of the great things that is also happening right now that Dr. Yinka have mentioned is the community-led monitoring, in which NEPAN is leading in that aspect and also playing a great role. It's a result of the engagement and advocacy that community were able to do. So many engagement, even with the media. When the issue of HIV came about, the news that are flying around in the media and people having different kind of norms, information about HIV, through engagement with the media and through advocacy, the created awareness, we started changing the narrative and then the languages that are being used to relate people with HIV and AIDS. So we can see a lot of changes, and then even though stigma is still very much around, but to a certain level the languages have changed and then responses have started coming in. And then also the community has also contributed a lot in terms of advocacy for resource mobilization. As a result of the engagement and advocacy, community are part of the advocacy that even contributed to the change allocation of more funding from, I think, $30 billion to 62 in 2020, from 2018 to 2020. So community have contributed. And talking about the response at the community, the gender health response, community members are being trained as volunteers, whereby they monitor the intervention and service delivery of uptake of services at the community, and they report where there are gaps. So community engagement from non-engagement and non-involvement now has come to engagement with the community and leading the response. So we have come a long way, and the community are still available to contribute our quota, and then also ensure that we meet the global target. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I'm hearing, so we've advocated. I'm hearing we mobilize. I'm hearing we change the language. But when you look at the metrics, if PEPFAR is not there tomorrow, if Global Fund is not there tomorrow, so the pills that the patient community are swallowing, so there's about 1.7 million. So what is it from where you sit, NEP1, a powerful network of people living with HIV and AIDS in Nigeria? What are the one or two things, so that you think that we should do, so to really make sure that at least some commitment of ensuring that 50,000 PLHIV plus on a yearly basis are put on treatment, just as simple as that. Do you want to respond to that, please?
Okay, thank you so much, Dr. Leo. Thank you. To that question on advocacy. So to answer your question, sir, we are at the community level, NEP1 precisely. One of the things we are going to do, or we should do, or we are looking at, is health insurance. Now, what we are talking about is health insurance. Currently, NEP1 has done a lot of advocacy on that. Currently in the states, the state governments, with the efforts from the national office and the support we're giving to the state team in Gombe State. We've seen the government coming to support a lot of persons living with HIV, especially pediatrics, in Gombe State currently. And that is happening in other states in the country. That is one of so many other efforts we are making. Also, recently we have a meeting with NASCAP on the HIV project when we came together and we were discussing about the health insurance. And what we also recommended, which I know PEFA is also driving that, is to see how, I know some of the PEFA states have also started that, whereby on the OVC programming, health insurance is also integrated as a package for OVC services. That was one thing. Then beyond that tight funding, looking at sustainability, one other thing we are also looking at, which is very critical that we should recommend, is the basic healthcare provision fund in country should be robust enough, and sustaining it should be a thing that will be reality. When we're talking about this, it should be a reality, not that the government will just budget something that's not realistic or a fund that is not sustainable. So that's one other thing we're looking at. It should be realistic. It's something that is doable, and it should be robust enough to cater for health services. That is one. Then what we are looking at, domestic funding and resource mobilization, because right now we know funding is going down, no doubt about that. And it's high time the Nigerian government now should be looking outside international funding. Though, thanks to NACA, I know before now they've signed the ownership agreement between the donors, and gradually there's a transition phase that is ongoing. So we hope with the current SWAP agenda of the coordinating minister for health, we hope driving that together, we hope that will be able to sustain ARVs and every other health services, not only looking at persons with HIV, but also looking at other disease areas in country. Then civil society engagement. I think Nigeria have not done a lot on that. I know Esther spoke about that, but I know NEPA and also we've also been lending our voice to that effect to see how civil society should be meaningfully involved and fully engaged in all process of sustainability in country. Because if we do that, we are the patient community. We are the people who sit at the community level, who knows what are the critical needs of our people. So when all of this conversation is going and the community, civil society are seated where this conversation is going, believe me, it will be sustainable. So that was one other thing we are recommending. Then some of the work, it is good to let you know some of the work we've done on CLM. Thanks to NACA for that support over the years, where since GC6 that we started driving the community-led monitoring. And you know, NEPA is the one leading in country. Currently, we have the iMonitor, and the iMonitor is an app that is owned by, it's a NEPA app, whereby we have what we call the safe mechanism, whereby community members are able to, just without anybody supporting them, without any funding partnership, they just download the app and they can report grievances. And from our back end, we can see these grievances, the issues they report, and also attend to them. So thank you so much, sir. These are just things that I can say for now. Thank you.
Can you in different states, so can we document that, and then share and really make the necessary advocacy, maybe through the Governors Forum, that should be a requirement, okay? So I'm just looking for innovative ways of doing things. How can we advocate that the basic healthcare provision fund, so is robust, realistic, and sustainable? Which kind of advocacy? And then look at the politics, economics, so is it Minister of Finance? Is it NAS? Is it, the Senate, so to engage, and then you've mentioned the swap, but I also like what you said, so CSO's engagement. If it is for us, so without us, it's against us, so again, being invited, but also be really a little bit bold. You may also want to create your own table and then invite us, okay? So if you can't sit on that table, maybe create your own table and then invite us, invite PEPFAR, invite local folks. So this is how we want it. So it's all about the sustainability and then the ownership. So you should also create your table and then call Dr. Morris and say we'll be hearing so much on the HIV Trust Fund, but how much, so is that in the bank, okay? Also, it's part of the empowerment and, so the ownership, of the process. So I like the way it's going to really concrete and practical solutions. I will now talk to Dr. Funmi, both PEPFAR and GF. So take whichever hat, so you want. You are fully aware online, okay? So it's good to see Tajudi. Can we hear Tajudi? So Funmi, as part of the sustainability roadmap, so in country, government is gradually, the intention is to move, so from the current process, which is donor funded, NGOs leading the implementation, to an arrangement, so where we'll still rely as a country on donor funding, but in a process where implementation, so is led by national structures. So let's call it government and then non-government. So it might be good, so come again. He will need a mic. Okay, no one. So again, yeah, hearing me. Thank you so much. So for me, it might be good, so to hear from the PEPFAR side, so what are your reflections, so in this transition or this approach? But most importantly, so from where you sit, so USG being the #1 donor in the AIDS response, so at the country level and then worldwide, what else can be done in the context of Nigeria, so to increase domestic resource mobilization? The same question will go to you, Taju, online. For me, over to you. Thank you.
But just bear with me, I will land. A couple weeks ago, I was with my friend, and he banged his finger in the door. He was getting ready to get on a flight. He was concerned about a blood clot, especially being that he was getting ready to get on a 22-hour flight and didn't want to have an emergency situation in the air. So we were able to find the pin needle to pop the trauma to release some of the pressure in blood. We were able to find a lighter to do that, and then immediately tried to get into an emergency room before he got on the flight. So we did that as an emergency effort to ensure there wasn't a blood clot, but that wouldn't necessarily be the approach we would have taken if there was time to properly go to a medical facility, ensure that things were clean and sanitized, but we wanted to ensure that blood clots, as many of you know, can immediately cause death, was prevented. And it makes me think about PEPFAR and its birth. The E in PEPFAR is emergency. We saw, and the leadership at that time saw, millions of people around the globe perishing. And we saw just a snapshot, for those who may not remember those earlier days, with COVID. We saw a snapshot of that, with graves and people perishing. And as an American people, a decision was made to say, we need to do something about this to address this emergency. And so you had parallel structures in many countries set up, not because there was a desire to undermine the roles of government, but because we saw one immediate need: saving lives, preventing deaths, as we did research and strove to find a cure and advancements for treatment. Fast forward today, I think sometimes we still operate in that emergency response, even though right now the science tells us that with prevention, especially prevention and treatment as prevention, with the educational literacy, we actually have the tools to manage and control the epidemic. but sometimes we still have this emergency mindset. And we've talked about sustainability for several years. This isn't a new concept. We've heard about it, even on the USG side. We talked about partnership frameworks and implementation plans, and even with Global Fund grant writing teams, for those who've been part of that, sustainability has also been a framework of that. So when we talk about what needs to change and what needs to be different, we need to actually start operationalizing and implementing the strategies that we know, and I think many of you have already spoken about, but we just haven't acted upon. So first and foremost, it's a behavior mind change, that we're no longer operating in an emergency. Which means that, at least on the USG side, we need to look at what does shifting back from implementing partner-led models and folding that back into government institutions and structures. A couple of us, Dr. Leo was there, we had a meeting with the Honorable Coordinating Minister of Health. And what he said is, the government is sustainability. Because donors will come and go, but the government is here to last and here to stay. And so what we are challenging ourselves as a USG PEPFAR program in particular is, what does it mean to really support the government from the backseat while remaining a champion? Sustainability and transition oftentimes are equated to money's going away and we're disappearing. And if you look at our 5-year strategic plan, it opens with America's promise. We remain committed to supporting the ending of HIV, but we can't continue to operate the way we started 20 years ago. And so what that means is resources. So don't get me wrong, resources are declining, but that doesn't mean they're going away tomorrow. And what it means for all of us is, what is the program we need in the future that's gonna last? Why can we not create that now? Why wait for tomorrow when you can plan today? If you don't plan, if you're not planning to succeed, you're planning to fail, right? And so that's what we're trying to do now. When we look at the PEPFAR budget, when we look at implementing partners, you know, we have to recognize the model is more expensive. But do people fully understand and comprehend what is it that implementing partners do? 60% of the budget goes to human resources for health and commodities. So when we talk about transitioning from IP-led to government-led, that isn't necessarily saying that the money we're giving to IPs all of a sudden we're giving to government, because again, remember, we're declining. So when we talk about ARVs, and we're talking about human resources, about 25,000 full-time equivalent healthcare providers are being supported vis-a-vis implementing partners who are hiring them. Now, the salary scales are definitely different than those of civil servants, right? And we do have cadres that we're supporting, lay cadres that aren't recognized in the national establishment. So when we talk about transition, we need to think about what that has done to the system. The healthcare providers that are being supported by PEPFAR in particular, they're focused on HIV. Rightfully so. Our #1 goal is to reduce incidence and mortality. But while those providers are focused on HIV, the healthcare providers who in theory should be providing holistic support to everyone have redirected their efforts elsewhere. Which means, as we begin to phase down, that 1 or 2 healthcare provider at a PHC or even at a secondary institution now has to take on a portfolio that they essentially have shifted years away from. So what does that mean? We know that through PEPFAR and Global Fund and other entities, we're supporting the Honorable Minister's retraining of 120,000 healthcare providers. We also know that there's a gap in the number of healthcare providers available. So we're thinking about, how do we retain these cadres that are skilled and capacitated to be retained to continue providing services and support, and looking at it more holistically, because we know someone with HIV may also be co-infected with TB. We also know that they may also come down with malaria, right? So there's opportunities to really look at how we situate HIV back and mainstream it, and that is the thing that we're thinking about, but it's a conversation we want to have with all of you, because now we have the resources and the time to establish a complement of a model that is sustainable. Now we talk about health insurance, and I think that is an excellent long-term goal. But if we're talking about the next 2 to 3 years, anyone who follows American politics, it takes time, right? We need to develop that base. And so we need to think about in the short term, how do we ensure that healthcare providers who are already overwhelmed can take on this care. We have a Nursing Leadership Initiative, and I know Dr. Murphy, I believe, will be facilitating a conversation on that later if not today, later this week. But how do we leverage those existing resources to be able to sustain the gains? Now, I really appreciated the presentation on ICASA, because during the time where Zimbabwe hosted ICASA, I was there and had an opportunity to participate in some of the sessions. And what you saw was that, Southern Africa is further ahead when you compare West, to West and East Africa, and we're looking at particularly Nigeria. We talk about the HIV Trust Fund. Well, they have an AIDS levy. That AIDS levy is used, it's based on taxable income, and it funds ARVs. So when we talk about donor support, they actually fund a significant portion of the ARVs. Now, the population is not like Nigeria, but when you talk about shared responsibility and mutual accountability, it's hard to say that when you have a response that is almost 95% donor funded. So to Dr. Leo's point about the 100,000, commitment to ARVs and incrementally increasing, can we talk about the low-hanging fruit? At a bare minimum, someone needs their ARVs to not only stay healthy, but also ensure that they're not transmitting to their loved ones, and that also eliminates the transmission cycle. So at a minimum, I think we need to think about what is it that we need to ensure that people have to break the transmission cycle and keep people healthy, and what is it that if the government, who's now going to be taking on aspects of the program, not only HIV, but TB and malaria, that are donor funded, how can they do it in a way that also is not disruptive, recognizing that with the swap and other efforts, the resources are limited. So I would encourage, and what I would say from some of our perspectives and what we're talking about is, yes, health insurance, yes, looking at what does tax shifting and cost sharing look like at the health care provider angle, but also on domestic resources, we really need to see an increase in those ARV procurements. Because if you don't have ARVs, no commodities, right? No services. And so that minimum, we need to do that. And we also need to ensure, as we're leveraging through the sustainability roadmap, engagement with the states. Because reality is, it's each individual state who's going to have a strategy that's specific to their context, that is going to sustain these gains. And so it's not a conversation that's going to stay at the federal level, but it's something that we're really going to have state-specific strategies that really ensure that the domestic resources that the subnational level is also supporting. So maybe I'll just, I'll stop there. I could probably keep going, but just again, this is something we're brainstorming on and thinking about, but it's not a decision or a direction that we're going to take unilaterally, but we also have to be mindful about what is it that we're saying we're transitioning, and what does that look like?
Thank you. We remain committed. We're not leaving tomorrow, but we need to change our operating model, the way we are operating, so it does make sense. And at minimum, as son of the Inca writing, I'm sure she wrote that at minimum, government of Nigeria should commit to those 100,000 HIV, so that's minimum, I would not say it's not negotiable, but that's the minimum. I saw you writing, I'm sure you sent a message already to DG Naka, and say advocacy should continue. Tajuddin, can you
For those that are implementing HIV program in
New system again. New system model for now. Yes, so that it speaks back on the table. Touch me. No, you don't do it. You see my the PC opens. Hold on. You see my system. It's not about the I think it's going to because it's speaking on I'm just projecting it out. So what doesn't come in for you to get?
replenishment from the Global Fund. And there will be 4 competing replenishment. We're living in a context barely recovering from COVID, other competing priorities around climate change, Ukraine war, Gaza, and so on and so forth. And he made it really very clear, if we don't meet the 16 billion target, there will be less resources, so to fund these programs. So hence, again, continuing the conversation on how can we sustain and then generate additional resources. Prof, I want to put you on the spot, not to answer. I'm hearing integration, integration, integration. But integration of what? Is it at the service level? Is it at the system level? What are we integrating? So maybe, maybe Prof may want to think, what does integration mean in the context of Nigeria? It cannot be a one-size-fits-all in all the 774 NGAs, so then begin some conversation on unpacking integration in the context of Nigeria. Prof, I will give you 1 or 2 minutes, so to share your views, and we'll come to the private sector and then open up and take some questions, so from the audience. I want this really to be very interactive. Prof, integration, so what does it mean? Please, thank you.
Well, thank you for taking me. We can use the models that we have with HIV to manage all chronic diseases, TB, hepatitis, and then malaria, and then subsequently we talked about NCDs. I think that some other time, Wafa and I wrote a very good supplement in AIDS on this. So it starts from services. But if you look at every other area that can be integration, let me give it just like an extra at the level of government. I know that when I was in NACA, we actually strengthened the SACA. This is a time for now. There was SACA, there was SASCAP, there were all other. There needs to be integration at that level. I think it's very important because resources are dwindling. When you pool resources as it's being done in SWAP, it makes a lot of sense. Then you can go around, So in terms of, sub-national integration, and even at the national, I think that's what the SWAP is all about. But even more important is at the community level. I hear so much about the basic health fund. Every time I go to my village, I go to the PHC. There's a lot of money there. There's a lot of money there. Is it being utilized for what it's being used? Is the World Health Community working? I speak to everybody, and I noticed, for example, the last time I went, sometime I noticed that the nurses who were operating the budget, the people in the World Health Committee, they don't know about it. And it takes me to this conference that you are in. In fact, when I was coming in, I saw Oba, and I said, yes, you guys have done a lot. You've worked so well on HIV. We're always thinking about bringing resources. What about ensuring that these resources are efficiently managed and used for the various diseases? You've done for HIV. And I told him, I said, with SWAP now, with all the experience you have, you need to integrate. What is that integration? You talk to the guys in malaria, you talk to the guys in TB, and you need to go to the minister and say, look, we don't want to do it in silos. We need to come together so that we can all push. Because a lot of the times we're looking for resources coming in, but we are not looking at plugging the leakages. There's a lot of leakage at every level here, both at the level of the federal government, at the level of the state government, and even more, the local government and the community. So integration is really a huge thing that we need to look at in various dimensions.
SAR, looking at TEPFA, looking at GF. If you have a piece, so in the Lancet, we really need to look at that. What does it mean, so and domesticate it within our concept. What I'm hearing from you, yes, we need to spend more, we need to spend better, so if I can summarize, so what you said. Dr. Morris, I was researching for this work, for this conference. So I read in 2018, it was still CSO's Accountability Forum. Prof, I saw your picture, I saw everybody's picture. Murphy, I saw your picture, so, yeah. Prof, I saw your picture. So it was all about domestic resource mobilization. And I think the sub-theme was getting the private sector involved. So we'll be on this, so for the one, so Dr. Morris, from where you sit, so what is constantly, so holding us back, and what is missing from where you sit, so this current approach, so I think everybody is eager, so listen to you, please. If you can do that in 5 minutes, then we can take some questions and then back to the panel. Over to you, Dr. Morris.
Thank you very much. Persons in our midst, and Dr. Zanga, thank you for making Prof speak before me so that what I say can be. I'm very pleased to be here. It's a good opportunity for us as private sector to be more involved and to learn through the conversations. So for me, and thankfully Dr. Zenken makes that happen quite often, and his team. But directly to your question, and maybe from also learning a lot of nuances from previous conversations and from now, I've heard the word sustainability being used quite persistently here. How do we sustain? How do we sustain? There's a possible transitioning that is going to take place, and so on and so forth. What I don't hear is what does it take for that sustainability in this context to actually really take place. So the term itself is almost safe to use the word abused. In the real sense of it, as we're seated, and as a nation, and as a continent, what will it take us to sustain the quality, the pace, and the level of interventions that are presently ongoing? And I'm saying this because the question is about private sector engagement. I'm saying this because for me it's really important for us to recognize how private sector responds. It's very possible that after the international community, when you talk about domestic resource mobilization, the private sector is the next body that can make those interventions actually either happen or scale. I know that government, again, those who are primarily responsible for public and all of this, to fix most of the solutions. And the way the international community is structured is to deflect to government and expect government to act their responsibility. But in reality, we cannot all live here believing that the government of this dispensation or this generation is going to efficiently, and I like the word that Prof used, and effectively make it work if it's transitioned to them. I mean, what are we talking about? If it didn't work ages ago and international community had to step in, it almost means that it's very unlikely government has the capacity to carry that baton the way the international community had ever make it work. And so in my mind, there's a concept that we push very strongly from African Business Coalition for Health. By the way, African Business Coalition is a group of private sector leaders positioned to improve health outcomes on the continent. And we do this largely by just really looking at our competencies in the multi-private sector group and how we can lend those competencies across the health sector. Now, one of it is to just really push for public-private partnership. Now, PPP sounds also like something that has been overused and what else and so on and so forth. But again, the reality is that, you see, the way private sector is, we don't have the capacity enough to address health issues, especially the private multi-sector. So beyond the private health sector is what I'm talking about. We don't have the capacity, and we need to partner with those who have capacity to be able to lend that hand and effectively implement those solutions. What does that mean? It means that walls need to be teared down. It means that you need to understand who your stakeholders are. Identify private sector as a stakeholder. And I'm talking about, you see, I'm being careful not to say private health sector alone. I'm representing the private multi-sector. And I mean, if you talk about evidence, we're talking about COVID. COVID-19 came and it was a real issue for the business community. And what happened? Without being told, they galvanized and they worked with government to address COVID-19, and it worked. At least it worked in Nigeria. We think it worked in Africa. So what I'm saying, two levels of where understanding how private sector ticks under something called stakeholder inclusion in sustainability is where I'm driving at. Stakeholder inclusion is not just engaging stakeholders. It starts rudimentarily with identifying them. If your stakeholder list is not complete, some stakeholders somewhere along the chain, your value chain, will raise issues for your solution. That's the trend of it. So not, we can sit down here and speak a lot of grammar and do the same thing we've been doing for ages and go our separate ways. It's okay. And this we will have maybe moved the needle. But are we going to solve the problem? Not likely. So I think more and more is that level of actual, and I know it's not in the norm, but for private sector we're quite result oriented. And if we do not define the problem, we can't solve it. The problem is beyond transitioning to government. Transitioning to government is never going to solve it. And we can decide to live here and pretend like it's their primary responsibility. Again, you see, we are private sector, we are the ones with the big mouth. We're also the ones who want to achieve results. So let that be known. Let the community in our midst also be aware that it doesn't end there. More needs to be done. And a probable way to go about it is to largely consider public-private partnerships, public-private methodologies or framework, whatever we want to call it. It just has to be, there has to be elements of private sector recognition in all of it. So I see Dr. Zenke at my back and I'm feeling a bit nervous. So it's fine, let's leave it there.
Clap for public-private partnership. But what you said, so is a level of granularity, understanding the complexity and the diversity of the private sector. And you also ended up, what is the problem, identifying the problem. What is a problem statement, So I'm sure Dr. Inka will challenge you when you said if we transition to government, it's never work, So, but I don't want us to go back when you won't say that. So they just want to, really want to have, we have 15 minutes to 12 if we were sticking to time. I want us to take, I mean, it's being very good from this side, but I see this as a conversation, so it's good maybe to have maybe 3 questions, so reflections. We're looking for innovative ways and then solution. If we take the next, 5 minutes or 6 minute maximum, so giving you, 1 minute each, so who you are and then what is your issue. Is it a question? Is it a clarification? And I really want you, so to be more on the situation where I'm seeing already 3 hands here. Where is the mic, please? Where is the mic? Can you?
Motivate the community people to take charge of the health system strengthening while working with the World Development Committees, making it stronger. So even when we have the comments here speaking about how it's not working, particularly in one village, Global Fund is not working in all the 36 states as at last time it was working. So the states where we're working, I think there are improvements in such systems, and I think if such system is looked at as a model, it can really work around all the existing community where we have health systems where communities can come together. Over 2 billion naira worth of investment. Themselves coming out with, oh, this is a challenge, there are no mosquito nets in this particular area, and the community coming up to support the health system, meeting, things like even health centers. We did a stock of that where I was working with Takomi, and it was over 2.something billion naira worth of investment, which you can see as community counterparts. So it's a strategy that can work. Thank you.
So thank you. Can we clap for him? Prof?
Thank you very much. I'm going straight to the point. Thanks for that reality check. Transition is not going to happen automatically by the government. We have to plan what it means. There are 2 things I think I want to highlight. I hear so much about subnational. I want to talk subnational. We're talking about the states. And I'm concerned about this because we know state is not a community-focused level of engagement. The truth is that it has to be local government. So what does this mean, knowing that our local government is not strengthened? I know that local state does not in itself translate to meeting the community, because if we're not doing that, then we're doing stepwise kind of transition into the government, to the level, to the community. Having said that, community systems exist, and what it is to strengthen them, we cannot undo and run away from the traditional bartender, PPMC. These are critical stakeholders, and nobody's talking about them. Nobody's working about integrating them in a way that they are leveraged on community systems to address that. Finally, I want to understand, what does this decentralization mean? When ARVs and TB management and chronic disease management continues to be in tertiary hospitals, well, PHCs is where we reach the people, and it is through PHCs that we're talking about ward-level community strengthening. So what does decentralization mean if we're going to continue to put ARVs in the tertiary hospitals? Thank you very much for those reality checks that came from everyone on the platform.
Thank you.
Panel.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. I just want to take 1 minute. One on the public-private. I think it's really critical. One of the areas that I see this government really trying to make a move is domestic production of,
manufacturing.
Yes, manufacturing.
Manufacturing.
And I think that we really need to support that. You have to advocate. It takes some time. If we have done this all along, obviously to reduce, the amount of resources we are draining from the PEPFAR and the Global Fund. And I know that in East Africa, both the government, the private sector, and even the partners came together to, put these things together. So I think that's one big area. My final point is, I think one of the greatest areas to put, and I know it's already happening, you've got to push the national and state assemblies. Because if they understand that ARVs is the source of many people's lives here, they will actually. And I think we really need to push. Because you can see money being thrown into so many other things that are not necessary. You know, we can do a lot by pushing in those directions. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, John. Unlocking the healthcare value chain is pillar 3 of the SWOT agenda. There's a whole presidential initiative called PIVAC, so a lot going on local manufacturing of drugs. API is a priority, RTK, ARVs, and so on and so forth. So really, thank you so much. But Prof says, who should push, and going back to what Shabin said, your voice has to be heard and then amplified. So who should go and then make that noise at the state level, in such a way that both of our state assembly really understand that resources have to be allocated. I want to take one question. Who wants to? I'm giving the floor to somebody there on the left. Who wants to volunteer, please? To say.
It would be nice for us to see. I love the fact that the person who spoke from the private sector talked about the public-private partnership, and I think NACA had a series of engagements, and those conversations have been coming up strongly. So my own is like more of a comment to see that there is strong collaboration, right? And ensuring that there is a linkage to government priorities that ensures that we touch down not just the state, even the local government, down to the grassroots levels, that all of the strategies we are talking about, the basic healthcare provision for, all of these beautiful ideas that we have reaches people that even a layman will understand that, oh, these things exist. Prof talked about the primary healthcare system. Even here in the national, if you go to some primary healthcare, you will really be discouraged to access services. In fact, coming to even to talk about how many people who want to even access services in the primary healthcare ordinarily, people would prefer to go to a private facility or a general hospital where it could be properly attended to. So these things are there, and all we need to do is to collaborate, ensure that there is a synergy. And then another thing is to see how we could break down bureaucratic political wills to see that these leaderships and these spaces are actually, all these things are actually addressed. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much. We have two colleagues online. It would be unfair with the principle of leaving no one behind. So if they can take 1 minute each, then we'll go back, so to the panel, then wrap the session. Who want to come first, please? I can't see from here.
I'm asking them to unmute. Okay, Femi will go first.
Femi?
Please go. Leave the front. Leave the front. He's an attendee. Leave them. You are in front of them. Okay.
you very much, Naka. First claim on treatment. Another question. Who next?
Alfred.
Alfred. 1 minute, please.
He's not meeting. He's not meeting. I've asked him several times.
Okay. Got it, sir. You can send the question using the chat, okay?
Can we speak?
You can send the question using the chat. So Naka, I'm sure you took the question. First claims, we see it everywhere. Last question. Oh, sorry. Can we give to? Oh yeah. Okay. No, I like it. Now we come back to you. So another sheet, please. Can we clap for her?
Good day, everyone. My name is Stella. I work with Association of Women Living with HIV. Ashwan. Yeah. My question is like this, just based on the integration we're talking about. I heard our profs told that integration is going to start from the service delivery. I want to ask this question. The services delivery, is it from all thematic areas? I want to give this experience whereby people living with HIV, like in terms of Abacavir now that is not in anywhere, and people are being substituted to another drugs without checkmating, investigating the effect on them, like conducting electoral unit carotid like UCR, LFT, liver function tests, and then be substituted to another drugs without checkmating them. I want to know, the service delivery, is it going to start with, I remember in those days, whereby before you start this drug, you go on some other tests, you check your liver function tests and other ones, and it's no more there. So are we talking about integration? Who are we going to hold accountability of this integration? And if we want integration, we need to make sure that we close gap in every thematic service delivery. It's not all about integration. When we are talking about integration, we should talk about that this integration has to do with human being. We are the human being. We are the ones taking the drugs. A lot of us, people are coming down with kidney and liver, and we have been taking drugs without even checking the effect of it in our system. I think government will have a lot to do about this. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Yes, my name is Ekon Francis Mo. I work with the TB People Nigeria. My question is about the domestic funding. Now we know we've actually been living and dwelling with the foreign funding. But the question that always begs for an answer is, when these foreign donors stop giving us money, what do we fall back to? Now, we've been talking about domestic funding. What are the mechanisms are we going to set up to track how this money will be spent in these co-infectious diseases, these three diseases? What are these mechanisms we are going to set up if perhaps these domestic fundings begin to come in? What are these mechanisms we are going to set up to really track this money so that this money can be used judiciously for these three diseases? Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. I'm Ibrahim Umaru, the National Coordinator of African Coalition on Tuberculosis in Nigeria. I've lived with HIV for 2.5 decades. I've seen the ugly, I've seen the very bad one, but as a Nigerian, I am pained. Pained in the sense that, if we all remember, all of a sudden, Nigeria became the land of declaration. Abuja Declaration was made here. We fell woefully. Anytime I hear sustainability, I ask myself, what do you sustain when you don't own it? Well, thank God. I think there are 3 generations or something. Prof, thank God you are here. And my dear sister representing the NECA DG. We are sick, and really sick and tired of promises, verbal declarations, plans without traction. We keep moving without traction. We are running on, I'm not covering any distance. My young man there just asked, if not for PEFA and Global Fund, where would you have been? Please, if you are here and you are truly a Nigerian and you love Nigerians, please give the partners a round of applause. In this response, it's easier for me to have my word, to have me listened to by partners than my Nigerian. Is it the right thing? How do we keep procreating children that we cannot take care of? Where is the responsibility? So now my fear is this: if I hear government making commitments, I'll say there again, because I have a saying in my language. Thank God my elder is here. When whoever is snake killed his father, if he sees a long rope on the ground when he's walking, he will shrek. So when I see government people, I ask myself, they are there again. So where are we heading to? What are the concrete plans for our people? Other countries did declaration, and they are doing well, and the Africans. So where is that giant trait we have? We have now become slaves. Please, my dear sister, here Naka is in the ministry now. Is that the latest or something? Yes. They say they're out of presidency. Yeah. Initially, when you were in the president, we thought it was God's blessing. Now that they are in the ministry, are we going to get better or get worse? May God help us.
I want to be guided by Prof. What should I do? One more, and then 10 minutes, and then we close, right? Come again? Okay. Thank you. Then we'll go back to the panel.
Thank you, Prof. Yes. My name is Obatunde Oladapo. I always call myself the village boy because there's always a proverb for every situation. And I want to say, in response to what my brother just said, and I will answer in Yoruba, àgbàrá òjò kò lóhùn onílé wó, onílé ni ò ní gbà fún. I try to use the talking drum to say it. That runoff, water runoff that is heavy when it is raining, does not mind bringing down the whole building. It is the owner of the building that will not allow it. Yes, my brother just talked about the government. And I will come back to the meeting we held yesterday, sir. We are the problem. We need, as civil society, as community activists, as advocates, we are getting too comfortable. There was a time, we know what we did in ICASA, in Cape Town, how we held our government accountable. Yes, thank you, sir. Yes, Prof was there. Prof brought, he was there, he was on the rostrum. And we did not allow our Prof, with all the respect we have for him, we didn't allow him to speak. And it was because we were doing all we could to speak with our minister, Onyebuchi Chukwu. He refused to listen to us. And we laid ambush for him in Cape Town. Now, we don't need to do that anymore. Many of us now gray hair. We are getting extinct. We are becoming like dinosaurs. But these young people among us, we need to bring them on board. And activism has become scientific now, evidence-based. And we have Prof here. She's always our technical backup. So we don't have any excuse for these complaints that we're making. And like I promised you yesterday, sir, we will take this up. We will ask questions from our government. We will work with our government. My experience as the Executive Secretary of the Oyo State Agency for the Control of AIDS has shown me that many times government don't even understand the reasons. They don't understand the things that are involved. And it got to a point that when I had to sit with the House of Assembly for budget defense, what I did was to go with budget attack. Rather than reducing our money, they actually added to it because I went there with evidence, information, convincing data, and experience of what we have done with the little they have given us. And this is an area where we are lacking as civil society. And we need to work with the partners. We need to work with PEPFAR because before, what I've seen is that people in government offices used to think of civil society as opponents. But there are some things we can tell our National Assembly that my sister Dr. Ika cannot say. There are some things that PEPFAR cannot say because they will say those international people have come to destabilize our own country. But we have to talk with our own people. And that is why we have to work together from this accountability forum. Henceforth, we must be on the same side towards ensuring that Nigeria truly stands up to take care of its own people. Thank you very much, sir.
Work together and make sure that we hold government accountable. So now, the question on the shift, transitioning, so changing regimen, we're doing the necessary requirement. I think you can take that privately, so with Prof. The drugs, you can also take that privately. I think it's a big issue. We want to give 1 minute each, so final words. Food might be good to hear from you on the local manufacturing, so what is PEPFAR, so position on that. And just put you, so on the spot. 1 minute each, we give 1 minute each, so for the final words.
So,
1 minute, final words.
I had a question around what are we doing to improve on the opportunities we have. And I think my summary I was going to ask, I think Oba captured it.
Okay.
What's the definition of government you are using? Is government democracy? Is government of the people, by the people, and for the people? And we have platforms of feedback. Because I was just looking at the first one you asked about resource mobilization. We all gather to put up platforms. We also gather to put up some of the strategies. But when we finish putting them up, we don't work together to make them work. We have the platform of CLF. We have so many technical working groups. Government invites people to these meetings. Those are the platforms where we should have all these engagements and also track. I mentioned the National Domestic Resource Mobilization Plan for Sustainability that was developed in 2021 that is actually letting all our bookshelves. And within it, what Prof said is a key pillar, efficient and tracking the resources that come to us. Are we getting back to track all of that? I think if we borrow the definition of government that is about all of us, and we take the challenge by Oba up. I remember when they used to carry Prof's coffee. And Prof is still alive with us. So the civil society need to get up and own the response as well, so that all of the things we have put together, they hold us accountable. I think this platform is also one for that, but I want us to take it beyond this room and respond to all of those things. The CLM reports we have, we're supposed to disseminate from national to community level. Please let us make it work. Don't let us work just like implementing partners for our funders. We are working for Nigeria. Also the private sector, I'm not going to take up the challenge, but we will continue because we are revamping the engagement with the private sector. We always look for easy way out. But we are revamping and we are putting the issues around private sector on everybody's table. When we call the resource mobilization TWG, we all need to come around and define what we want it to be and track that we are doing what you are. You have put us here as service duty bearers, hold us accountable on that. Thank you.
Excited by the comments because as it was duly noted, there are things that I can't say and some of us can't say that you can say. So however way we can support that, I had this vision of a 4x4 relay race. You know, PEPFAR in the beginning, we were the, you know, maybe the first, I don't know what to call the first runner, but anyway, we might have been the first runner. And so now who are we handing the baton with, and what is it going to take to finish that race? So maybe that's something that you can have in the back of your minds. But on the point about local manufacturing, again, this is something that has been articulated by Ambassador Kangasong and in our 5-year strategic plan, that for sustainability, we need to have local manufacturing on the continent, and we are in support of that. But again, when we say local, it is local, not investing in others who may say they're local, but it's not domiciled in the country. And so when we talk about that and how we support PVAC, let's also keep in the back of our minds that we want to do that. And there's already several examples, especially from, I think, the USA Malaria support, where there are already companies that are producing and that USG is buying from, as well as other stakeholders both in Nigeria and outside. So definitely let's learn from those examples.
And we are taking up the responsibility of holding our duty bearers accountable. But just as you have said, also we need to hold ourselves accountable first. So community will continue mobilizing for our members. Community, we are all members of community, and most are more being bought at the people at the rural area, talking about our support groups at the community level. We need strengthening. The community support groups need to be strengthened, need to be empowered, because just like I say, I'm happy that this forum is also taking a new dimension of capacity building in the area of proposal writing and other technical sessions. It's an opportunity that we can leverage on, and we have other platforms that we can also strengthen our collaboration with the stakeholders. We will not keep silent, we will continue to speak out, to continue to vote, but now, as we are saying, we need to provide evidence. We need to defend our cause with evidence, with reality check, just like Oba said, he defend the budget with evidence, and it scale up. So we need to put our debtors together, our houses together, and ensure that. And the health insurance scheme is really an opportunity we can leverage on, because it relieves us of so many financial burden. So we need to go back and mobilize our resources to ensure that the government also provide that platform and opportunity for us to engage, to ensure that we eliminate mother-to-child transmission of HIV. I know we can do it, but it starts with us encouraging the young people. It is your trend. Now we say about the technical era that we are in now, where the social media and everything, their platform and our beauty bearers, our politicians, they are always on the social media. They will listen to us, they will hear us. Our advocacy is everywhere and every platform that we find ourselves in. Thank you very much.
He pointed out something, and for me, it was really instrumental in my advocacy pursuit. And it's the advocacy is fueling your advocacy, really. When you hear, or when you participate enough to hear people make commitment, government, private sector, civil society, and so on and so forth, part of fueling your advocacy is to be able to challenge them on those commitments. Not challenge in a negative way, but to be able to hold people accountable for public commitment. And that is really important. And so, what I want us to leave here with, as society, CSO, forum, and so forth, is the power that we possess in this generation. So I'm looking at a lot of young people. The generation of social media, the generation of AI, the generation of virtual reality, and so on and so forth. We need to be more innovative than we are. The profs and the others in the room have lived a generation. Your generation knows more and can utilize more. So the fact that we're not doing enough right now is actually your fault. It's because you are not harnessing your power and the tools that you have at your disposal to effectively help us through what we're dealing with. And so that's what I want to charge you with as a generation. You have more to do than you're doing presently. Thank you.
From the patient community, number one, I will remain committed and dedicated to see how being the umbrella body of persons living with HIV and AIDS in Nigeria, we'll continue to see how we provide that visibility for our members and continue to provide support for them, mentorship, looking at the number of support groups we have in country, and more support will continue to spring up, and see how we can also continue to ensure that due diligence is done. However, the journey for sustainability ownership just begin in Nigeria. Like a popular saying in the football game, it is not over until it's what, 90 minutes. So the journey just started, and I want to assure you, coming from the CSO community, we will see how we do due diligence to ensure that the ownership process is something, we know that as a government, we might not get it the way we are getting it right from the international funders. But however, I know that if we put in our best, we do our duties, when I know that it's going to be good and we'll get the best out of it. That is what I think, and thank you.
So awesome. Can you clap for yourself also for staying? And I don't have the pretension of summarizing this. It's been great. Note takers, they will share the salient points, so with all of us. I'm sure government will be ready, so take what government has to do. I think partners were, including myself, so there were recommendations for us, patient community, CSOs, and then private sector. Those, Prof, I'm looking at you, those who have retired but not tired, so I will continue to pick on your brain, and then SAR, so really you can see the energy. Can we do more of this, not in Abuja, so maybe in some selected states, so towards moving to Accra, and the forum. It's about trust, collaboration, and shared responsibility, so that we can deliver on that. On that note, I want to thank you, and then back to you, Prof. Borodike. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir. So thank you very much, panel. I think we'll follow Dr. Zahenia and follow Luke. And we'll take the mobility of just, yeah. It's about understanding the fundamentals. And therefore, please take more, and go engage with this team. The results will be shared going forward. We will also be going for tea break now. Please take care of your properties. Please take care of your properties. We do not have insurance to take care of any properties. We have no security to owners of those properties, please take care of your properties. Okay, and then
please, we have given everybody cards. So they are giving cards. You take your tea break here.
Then coming to children, coming to the less privileged and the rest. In the abstract, talked about the challenges, the effects, and the finding and the resolution. Now I'm going to talk about the challenges. The challenges in the abstract was that most people at the IDP camp, they are there and they don't have access to treatment. And sometimes they are being violated verbally and physically. In the sense that you see older men coming for them, having sexual advances on them because they have nothing to defend. And people coming to the IDP camp in terms of giving them support. Before they do, being female, they have to have intimate knowledge with them. So at the long run, we have to look at it and say, how will this thing stop, and how are they going to get visibility, and they have the right to their body, the right to their sexual orientation, and the right to education. So that was how I did the finding, and I got to discover that Nigerian in question has been engaging this set of people in terms of going to the IDP camp, going to the northern state of the Federation. And in my abstracts, I wrote a story, a girl, 3 years girl that was raped by 30 years old man. And the mother in question is ignorant of the whole thing because she failed to listen to the child when the child never wanted to go to the uncle. And it was captured in that abstract. The reason is this: the same 3 years old child don't want to talk to the uncle. And the uncle is living on the same compound for the past 20-something years. And each time this uncle comes, the mother will say, I go and greet the uncle, and the uncle will be giving the baby 5 naira. So when this thing that had a great day happened was when we went to one of the community and create an awareness. We engaged the gatekeeper, like the chief, the imam, and the religious leaders. At the long run, they have to buy in on what we are doing. So a call came into us and they told us and said, somebody has been raped. And when we got there, it was a 3-year-old child. Now, the parent of the child said, I don't want my daughter to be filmed. I don't want my daughter to be like this, being like that. So we have to take the case up. And I think 1 or 2 persons is here to attest to the story. Now, we didn't feature the girl, but we said this girl is 3 years child and is now the government property. And we thank God for the government, the police, they came in and sweep into action. And that girl has her justice. As we speak, the man is schooling himself in Kuje prison. So that is the intervention that I came about, and I have to use it also to be part of the abstract. Then coming to parents and child communication, which is also part of the abstract too, we discovered that there is gap when it comes to parents and child communication. Because if it is somebody like us that grows in a home where my parents are so religious, I remember vividly coming back from school. I don't know what condom is all about. I picked it and I was blowing it. The knock I got from my head is unbearable. So they don't just want to talk about it. They felt that they are spoiling the children. But in the abstract, we found a way on how to engage parents and child communication so that the parents can engage their children and allow the children to feel free to tell them what they are going through or what they are passing through. So that is how we come about closing the gap of parents to child communication. Then the same abstract, we talked about, the abstract also have an area where we talked about the PMTCT. You know, when you talked about the PMTCT, you discover that people at the facility, especially women living with HIV and AIDS, going at the facility level, at a point you discover that the nurse or the doctor is not aware of your status. And by the time they did the routine test and discovered that this woman is positive, you will hear them telling you, God forbid, it's not my portion. in the question, who portion was it to become HIV positive? So, and we also have, the abstract also have the place where it talked about the healthcare provider, their attitude towards pregnant mother living with HIV and AIDS. So in the long run, at the summary, I said that that was the finding that was said, and that was how it popped up at an abstract that I said HIV scream, silent scream. So the silent scream, it has a whole lot of what they call it, ingredients in it that will make you to read more and to know what the whole abstract is all about. And that research was carried out based on what ICWWA did in last 2 years, 2022, that was presented last year, 2023 at ICASA. Thank you.
For me, there are three things: the issue of humanitarian crisis and the IDPs and what this means for response. Is there any voice speaking to this? The second is the continued issue of gender-based violence, including children-based violence. We can't talk about gender-based violence. And I think the third, that also came very clearly, is the issue of parent-child communication. I don't know if there are any questions for Gloria around her abstracts. But if there's anything I would want to share about Gloria's story, is that even the pieces of work we do as CSOs can have a space at ICASA presentation. It's just about putting it together well enough to get attention. Like we said, the three abstracts here are the top three abstracts from Nigeria. So you do have a space to have your voice heard and engage in the response. In the absence of any question, we would like to thank Gloria. Thank you for coming and sharing your thoughts with us. And we look forward to your abstracts at ICASA 2024. And please mentor others to ensure that they also learn from what you've done. Let's show up the same.
Thank you very much, Gloria. I think you really pointed out a very important thing that we all need to address in the country.
Since then, there have been many more IDPs. The population has increased. Is there any data to suggest as to where we are in terms of what Gloria has presented to us? Is there any data, bigger data?
I think you asked an excellent question, and I wish UNIT was here. UNIT actually last year designed a program that was going to look into IDP, and they had moved to the point of, yes, to generate the data for response. They had moved to the point of implementation, but they got
stuck to logistic. And logistic has gotten that project stuck for 1 year, despite the fact that they had released the funding. 80% of the funding is already released. So I think these are the kind of voices that we need to ask and demand that there's something happening in the humanitarian setting, and we need the response driven by that. And maybe CLM can do something with it, yes, and pick it up and get the evidence for response. Thank you so much, sir.
Yeah, I commend the reasons of Gloria and the work Gloria do in the community. Based on the GBV, that 3-year-old girl, I was involved. Yes, I can attest to that. I went together with her. And up till now, we are still identifying a lot of problems in sexual abuse, especially in the minors. And the issue, the challenges there is that at the end of the day, like one case I had last month, that one with police, they hand over to me, and at the end of the day, the 7-year-old girl, the perpetrator was 47-year-old man. At the end of the day, I follow up that case to the last, and so until the perpetrator moves to the police transfer the case to another station, which I follow up. But to shock you, at the end of the day, the father of that girl went and collected 500,000 naira. Then, and the case ends like that. I think we need to do more in the area of GBV. And I also want to know, in such manner, what are we supposed to do? Are we supposed to leave the father of the girl to judge the case to that like that? Is that girl not belong to government? I think such issue should be, if any parents perpetrated such attitude, there should be a fine, or that such parents need to be penalized. Thank you so much, Gloria, for your wonderful abstract. We are learning from you. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think it's very great and important issues that the communities themselves should respond to. When we talk about race, it's like in noted is the case of it's a state case. Rape is not any personal case. It's not that you want to go or not. It's a state's matter. For a parent to have gone to settle does not mean the case should not continue. Okay, so they can't throw it out of court. It's not possible. If they're like, the father can collect 15 million naira, that's the case. The case is a state case, and the case should have actually continued. It cannot be thrown out. So I think it's about us also learning how to continue to push the tide and make things happen. And I want to thank you all for the great ICWW for the great things you are doing and continue to do. Apologies, I can't continue. We want to thank you, Gloria. Thank you once again, and we continue to engage with you. And get on board. Can the noise quieten? Thank you very much. At this time, we'd like to bring up Professor Johnny Doko to come speak to us about HIV testing kits for about 15 minutes. Thank you so much.
HIV, syphilis, HCV, anything, malaria, once it's a strip, you can read it. But the most important thing is that it can read it real time. And that's really the word I want, to push out. What does real time mean? It means that if you are in your remotest village, because it works with GPS, if you do the testing in your village, the person in the local government headquarters, in the state, and in Abuja, and even in the headquarters of some implementing agency in the US, they will all get it at the same time. And it can store like 10,000 data, which you can, at the same time transmit. So, a new reader, if you have such a thing, it cuts down many things. One, instead of doing the data, writing the data, and then uploading it, it's off. Number two, because it is real time, the issue of transmitting from one state to the other is just not there. So, by doing your test in the field, everywhere in the world where you have your internet address, you can get this. So we think that it's a very, very important tool for the work that we do in HIV, in HPV, in HCV, So we first demonstrated it at the IS conference in Munich. We got the then Minister of State for Health, Alausa, and a couple of people here, including, I don't know whether Luke was there, some of the PEFA ladies that just left, one of them, Sina, and then the Global Fund person was there. And our hope and our dream is that we can improve on the data collection for all these programs in Nigeria if we are going to use this reader. It will cut down so many things in terms of errors at transmitting or transcribing. It will also cut down the gap, the time, the lag time between when you do your test and then, transmitting the various data. So that's what we really want to use. There are other things that it can be used for. We find, for example, that for recency tests, i.e. early HIV, this reader will pick it before the normal eyes. So it can also be used to validate various, test kits. So it has several uses, and it's currently being used in many facilities across other parts of the world, in the US, in Taiwan, etc. So I think those are some of the things. Is it possible for you to? Okay. We have only one. Who is our IT expert, Tony, who is our language vice 3, and then Lumi, who is working in the field. The reason why we had to do that was when I came back, the minister said, look, one of the reasons why we came here today is to show it to all of you, not only implementing partners, because we are actually the end users. Am I right? Yes. So it's important for you to know. Sina, who is from PEFA, we demonstrated it for her in Munich. The minister saw it, Global Fund through Taj saw it. and the NACA DG also saw it. So and our aim is that if this thing is found useful here, and it is being used in Nigeria, we are hoping that we can now expand its use across Africa. Right now, only 2 African countries have it, South Africa and us. But the company in Taiwan wants to use the hub here to be able to ensure that, this technology goes around the whole of Africa. So I'm going to allow Tunji, who is a better IT person than me, to talk about it. Tunji, over to you. We'll take your time.
Thank you, sir. Good afternoon, everyone. I stand on existing protocols. I quickly want to talk about the device, which is the IAX, the ASIA IAX. It's AI powered, and this helps us to reduce human errors when it comes to the use of testing, when it comes to testing generally. It has rapid turnaround, very rapid, and it stores. So it's not something you do one off, and if you miss, you need to test again. It stores. So there's storage components both locally on the device as well as online. It's portable, it has data connectivity, it's something you can connect to the internet directly. It's quite effortless to do. And it has approvals. We have the FDA approvals, the US, Taiwan, we have the EU IVDR, as well as Anvisa in Brazil. And these are things we're trying to work on locally to get. The next slide, please. To use the device, it's so simple. Once you have your test kit, the good thing about the device is that it has hundreds of test kits already onboarded onto it. And we have several being done weekly, being added to it. So you insert the sample that's been collected inside the reader, and the AI does the work for you. You don't need to think about it. There were instances where the normal eyes could not see the line, but this device saw it. Then, after the analysis, you can display the output. An example is what we're going to show. Please shift to the other one. Next. What are the benefits? There's accuracy, like I just stated now. There's fast result for quick decision taking, and it's something you can take to the remote areas. The good thing about it is that it's portable, and it's something you can use batteries. It can be battery powered, either AC, we're using AC here, but it can be battery powered. You get a battery bank and use with it. And if there's no internet access in such a remote area, it stores thousands of data onto itself. So apart from the camera there, it has AI built into the camera, and it has storage. It stores thousands of data. Immediately you have internet connection, the data are uploaded to the portal. Then we have, it's versatile. You can use it for a variety of diseases. It's not just HIV, AIDS. You can use it for malaria. You can use it for sickle cell. You can use it for syphilis, for hepatitis, for a variety of diseases. The next one. epidemic response, as well as laboratory options. It has good screen. What we just showed there is direct to screen. It has an HDMI port that connects straight to the screen, so there's no interface. And it's something you can link up from the portal. Assuming you have offices in several areas, the HQ could be able to access a particular device at any point in time. It utilizes Wi-Fi, Bluetooth, and USB, and it's very, very important. The next. Okay, conclusion and the prospects, future prospects. It's an essential tool, and it's being utilized in the United States massively. In the United States, in Asia, in Africa, it's only South Africa, like Prof mentioned before, and Nigeria is trying to join the bit. In South Africa, it's being used extensively. It's AI-driven. There's this buzz about AI. We have negatives and the positives. This is one of the positives. It's really, really accurate. It's something we've tested, correlated with some other testing modes. Then there will be future updates. Every week, the company Asaya is onboarding new test kits. As new test kits come on board, they onboard them onto the system. So it's an extensive process to ensure that it's accurate. This is being done every day, and there are features. The features are being expanded too. Then at the moment, Prof's company is working on getting it localized in this country. And what I mean by this is, there's no device that comes into the country that does not need to go through the regulatory processes. It's something that is actually at an advanced stage at the moment, as well as the technology part. We know about the data protection laws, and this is something we don't take for granted. So the technology part is, we're trying to localize the data. The data will not go to a central portal, it's going to be localized within the country, as well as we take care of all that regulatory parts. Thank you.
Any clarifying question? Any clarifying question? Yes, please. You have one question. Yes, please. Who's moving the mic? Who's moving the mic for this call? No, that's the front one. Yes, ladies first. Even if you came first. It doesn't make any age. It doesn't make any age.
My name.
App. When it's also attached to the mobile health app, what are the features one is expected to see pop up?
The good thing about this is that it's flexible. It's we just use APIs. I hope I'm not application program interfaces to interface with any database system. So assuming we want to customize to use your own mobile health apps, we work together, integrate it seamlessly. All the features you're targeting will be. There are several apps. Several apps.
Several means 3 or several means 3?
Several means hundreds.
Thank you.
I want to be targeted.
All right, question 2 is from me, and I'm just looking at the sensitivities to sunlight, heat, and the like. Hope it's not going to interfere with the result, the accuracy of the result, because you said it's mobile, and we know this is a country with heavy sunlight. Okay.
It's not. We have what we call IP68. That IP68 readiness means that you can use it under the rain, even with water and everything. It's not IP68, but it's IP67. It means when it comes to dust, sunlight, and other things. But when it's raining, please cover it up. So it's
So it's when it came out was $2,500 for one. But I have spoken with the manufacturers, and they say if you are buying so many, they will come down with a discount. And the discount can even bring it down to $1,000. It doesn't spoil. It doesn't spoil. You know, so is that not a good story? Is that not good news? Okay.
Okay, and it's maintenance free. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Dureke Florita. I work for New HIV Vaccine and Microbicide Advocacy Society. So it's a great innovation, but I'm worried around data protection. You know, considering the fact that all these test results has to be stored in the machine over time and all that. So how do we drive those our ethical principles of confidentiality, privacy of data and all that, and also the fact that it has to be transmitted? How do we protect, you know, those processes so that people who are not supposed to have access to those test results don't have access to it? Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'll answer part of it, then I'll hand over to Prof to complete it. One, confidentiality. The good thing about it is that the kits are not, the names are not there, the test kits. So it's something you can do some form of data pseudonymization to do not store with the personal data of the patient. So these are some processes that need to be instilled before we use this. It's not, you don't even need to use the patient's data to store this. So that's one. Then two, when you talked about protection, at the moment, the portal is overseas. But by the time we're going to start here, it's going to be localized portal. That's why I mentioned that we know well the NDPR, that's Nigerian Data Protection Regulation, and we know the demands. And when it comes to sensitive data like health data, we need to localize. These are things we're working on at the moment, so we'll do that. So I want to complete the...
I think it's almost, first of all, this is really more of data protection than what we do, writing on papers which we apply around. Because it's only one or two persons who are using it. Number two, they're not using names, just like they are saying. People have ID numbers, and that's what, you know. And the good thing about this thing is, once you have an ID number, if you go around and log, it will be the same number, so people can know whether you are doing double testing or triple testing, changing names and all that. So it really, really helps. So here, I don't think that there's a problem with data protection at all.
All right. My question is this, sir. Sorry, I want to know whether can it be used for PCR? That is number one. Number two, can it be used to dictate someone that is incubation period, like window period? Because I'm worrisome about our blood transfusion in Nigeria, whereby we can do HIV test, it's come out negative, you transfuse, not minding whether that person is on the window period or not. Can it be dictated? I made mention about Ashende that is going to replace as like recency and long-term test. I want to know whether if you in that course, is there any quality control you are doing before you carry out the recency and the long-term Ashende test? Thank you. Thanks, ma'am.
Okay, let me start from the last one. Everything you see here has been tested and tested and calibrated and calibrated. So I can assure you that whatever you see here, it's foolproof. Number two, in terms of recency, usually this can detect HIV between your 8 weeks and your 12 months and 12 weeks. 8 to 12 weeks, you can detect it, which is what's the last? Yeah, that's a very important question because that's a challenge for now. And the reason why that's important is that one of the things, because we didn't have enough time, when you are positive, the calibration of this is from 1 to 10. From thousands and thousands of various calibrations, most people who are positive whether it's HIV or you are above 1, and the limit is 10. And it measures antibodies to whatever disease you are looking at. We know that the initial antibodies you produce is IgM. When you now become, for a long time, and you are sort of getting protection, you develop IgG. So the issue here is that the higher your antibodies, that line becomes more, the line becomes stronger. So the question we are asking, I can't answer that question now, but something that we need to look at. Can we use it to monitor the viral load of the person? Given that we know that when you have the virus initially, the viral load is very high. So the antibodies you are producing will be extremely high. So your line will be very strong. When you now become protected, maybe you start taking drugs and all that, get to IgG, you still have a line, but you will not. So the two questions, one question was already answered. If you have HIV now, you get a second infection. You have 2 lines. Actually, we don't want to bore you with that. You have 2 lines. Next question we want to ask is, when you now go off your drugs and suddenly you start producing more virus, will your line become stronger? That's number 1. Number 2, can we say we can calibrate it with how much virus is in your system? I don't have an answer to that. These are all research questions. So the makers of the product have requested us and the folks in South Africa to do a research on this. They have not brought the money yet, so we are waiting.
Let's show appreciation to the team for the presentation. I think this is something that we need to look into. I love the fact that it never stops. That's one. But I hope it has, warranty. This one that you say never stops.
It is both FDA and WHO pre-qualified.
Pre-qualification is a big deal. So when you say it's pre-qualified, it's good to go in middle-income countries. On that note, to say thank you and move on to our very last session, where we'll be talking about, and closing the session, I'm going to invite Martin Mary to please come and discuss briefly, 2-3 minutes, about the call for ICASA 2025 logo.
All right, thank you very much. I would like to start by asking the young people in the house, how much is $1 now? How much is $1 now? 1,900. All right. Okay, let the calculation be within you by the time I mention what you stand to gain from this advertisement. I've been and worked in 54 countries without spending $1 of my money going to any of these countries. And the opportunities that are there, you have them now, even with your age. It's an access for you. I love writing abstracts, which is part 1. But say, this is my prof, who will be taking us through how to write abstracts. Scientific abstracts are one, but there are community abstracts. I have written an abstract on how to use energizers during workshops, and I got scholarship, and I was given flight tickets, return flight tickets, accommodation per diem for just writing abstract on what? Energizers. So leave the scientific ones to the doctors and professors who are doing antigen. For community. Now, another opportunity is here for you to travel to conference. If you can design a logo for the forthcoming conference of ICASA, just design. You know you can even use a lot of applications now. Design something and submit, and you stand to win a prize of $500. Now you need to do your mathematics. Beyond the $500, you will also be given full scholarship
Because if your design should win, it means you will need to be given full scholarship to come and receive live and direct your prize of 500 what? Why not try? Even if it is your brother, your uncle knows how to try, how to draw, how to graphic design. Sit with them and say, please do this for me. I want to use it for something. Don't tell him $500. At the end of the day, if your logo should win this contest, believe me, we see you in Ghana for just that more important $500. Are we game? The conference is just there. Some of you may not win this to go by road. When somebody will get scholarship by flight to be in Ghana. See you there. Please put it in try. You can win it.
Let's go. I am joining the race. $500 is not. So please just collect this guidelines from us.
See, do you have this paper? So the deadline is November 18th. And we will review this November 28th and 29th.
All right then. So if you don't have, let's have one house, we'll soon finish. If you don't have this, please it's there. They're probably on their copies. It's available at the secretariat. Please ask them. Okay? And otherwise, do note, as we bring this session to a close, that the abstract submission deadline is 18th of November. The International Steering Committee that plans the whole program for ICASA, community people are there, leadership people are there, science people are there, and like I said, it was this meeting I went to in Tunisia that I started my own piece of work with ICASA. It's holding on the 28th and 29th of November in Ghana. If you want to actively participate, they won't fund you. If you want to go, they won't fund you. You use your money. Yes, I'm just saying, because that was the one that paid me when I went to Tunisia. Please contact, discuss with Luke. You have Luke here. Discuss all the discussion with him. When Luke goes, don't come and ask me for scholarship. I don't have a scholarship. You see, it's not everybody that sees Luke. If you see Luke, he's a privileged to you. See, and then abstracts will happen. The call for abstracts will be open on the 3rd of February. And then scholarship application opens on the 3rd of July and it closes 31st of July. If your abstract is accepted, you will know by the 25th of August. These are all next year. The competition is getting tougher. I was at the last meeting where they scored in the past 4 over 6, 4.5 used to get oral presentation. This time, they didn't get. It had to be 5. I was shocked because the quality of abstracts that are coming in, even 3 over 6, they rejected. I was so shocked. So it's becoming more and more competitive. So invest in it. It's as simple as ABC, actually. If you know the secret of writing, it's as simple as ABC. And then the ICASA program online will become accessible on the 15th of September. I tell people, look at that online program and study. When you go for conference, it's not just to be talking around. That's why you make all these contacts. Network, there's nothing like network. I can tell you that. So when you go, look at the program, plan where you want to be, look at who's going to be there, and hit on them. I can imagine, Tefa was here. I'm sure for you did not talk to that Tefa woman. Tomorrow, you said, you remember me? Well, she should have talked to the woman. When she sees you next time, she remember you. At least you will see your name for grants and remember. This is what networking is all about. It's not just to go and eat tea break. It's about I can tell you network matters. And finally, 3rd of December 2025. Nigeria not the carry last. That number, we will outnumber it. In just 30 vehicles will leave Lagos to Ghana. So let's make it. And to enjoy all the extra facilities, once again, ICASA is going to give you intense mentorship for your abstract. It's only for members. Please join $25, and then you get so many other privileges as members. And also the science journal is going to open. It's not just about science, it's about the community, and you have a space to discuss your work and learn the world. On that note, I want to say thank you on this, and invite Luke to say the final thank you for this session as we go into the mentorship session. Luke, please come and say thank you.
Much Professor Morenike, and let me also take the few minutes to thank also Mary to talk about the logo. ICASA logo has been always let us say a very strategic way to mobilize the youth, because I remember that the logo from Zimbabwe 2023, Zimbabwe believed that it was dead because they draw a lot of logos. At the end of the day, the logo came from Kenya. The winner came from Kenya, you know. And please don't be thinking that it's because it's in Ghana, Ghana can win the logo. It's not possible. In fact, we never noticed that the logo, the winner is from the host country. It has always been outside of the country. Then please, we encourage you. Go for the logo. We are open also the thematic for ICASA. Send your thematic there, especially youth. You know, don't forget about climate change, because nowadays we are talking about health system, but the climate change is affecting the health system also. We should also put all this in perspective when you are drafting your logo. Then let me thank all of you. You know, I believe that now we have another session, Madam Chair. The mentorship session. The mentorship session is a session that really is good for the youth, and especially for the community. The community, because we have started this session since last year, and we continue this year. We continue again for 2025, because really we want you to come out with a very strong abstract. And please, if you are not registered as SAR, if you are youth, you are still student, please, it's $15. But if you are not a student and you are working, $25, so that you can be mentored. You know, if you have an abstract, just pass through the system, go to our website, you will see the mentorship program, and you can mentor your abstract before you can submit it directly to the system. You know, I wish you the best, and see you in Accra in 2025. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Prof, is there somebody chairing this session? All right, so we're going to the abstract session, 45 minutes, and then we have the second session by EFA and AHS. How to write abstracts for conferences. Are we together?
Yes, ma'am.
Is anybody not here?
We are all here.
All right, very good. So, it's possible. Everybody can write abstracts. But what you want to do is get you to write a winning abstract. So how do we write winning abstracts? Next slide, please. I wish I could. No, this is the end. This is the format. Okay. So this is from SAP, and we hope you'll be. The next 2025 picture will include the next slide. Next slide. So how do we do this? How do we write abstract for conferences? Next slide. You need to take me off.
interesting, so unique, and you don't know how to write abstract, it will fall through the crack. Whereas you might have something boring, but because you wrote your abstract so well, people want to engage with it. This is what happens in many conferences. I'm sure you have seen the book of abstract before. It's so plenty. So what people do before the conference is that they will read the book of abstract, if your abstract made it there. And based on what you have written, they will tick, I'm going for this session, I'm going for this session, I'm going for this session. So if you don't write an engaging abstract, despite the beautiful thing you want to share with the world, nobody will be there to listen. So that's the secret of abstract. So if we cannot engage people, then even the people marking it, we are all human beings, so it's not AI that marks abstract. So as ICASA, it's not AI, it's human being. So if you don't write it in a way that they are interested, it's human being, it's not their fault. Human beings are human beings. The marks will go down. In ICASA, our mark is 6 over 6. And I'll show you some of the way it is. Next slide, please. So what we'll look for is research-driven abstract. Research is that it is evidence-driven. That's what we're saying. It's not like you must go and be doing cross-sectional study, clinical trial. Even the work you're doing, it's not to write a story. It's that if you listen to Gloria, she did not only write the issue, she wrote what mattered about the issue and how they resolved it. That is the story. You write an abstract and say, I am coming with the solution. It won't pass. But you say, this is the story, this is the critical issue, and this was the solution. That becomes powerful, and somebody wants to listen. So the abstracts may be for the conference presentation, it may be for the manuscript that somebody has written and you want to just present. What this is saying is that you can only write abstract after you have done the work. I'm saying this because I was at a meeting with young people, and they were writing abstracts based on what they want to do. I said, that's a lie. Because what did you find in your result? You are writing the result you think will happen. I tell you, because the people that read abstracts are senior people. They know. They know when it's a lie. I'll tell you some of the ways people know. They smell lights, and then they are human beings, they will mark you down. Research, whatever we generate is either called quantitative or qualitative. What Gloria generated is qualitative, it's more narrative, lessons learned. Once it's quantitative, you now have to do the figures, and I'll tell you what matters in the figure. Okay? So what you're doing is, after doing your research findings or sharing lessons learned, next slide please. When they ask you to submit abstracts, please follow instruction. One of the things you must know is that there are many abstracts. So people are looking for an excuse to drop. How many abstracts did you receive? Let's look. When you want to only select 500 abstracts and they send 8,000, you know that they won't give you any chance. So follow instructions. If they say structure it, that means there's no section. And there's sections. There's introduction, there's methods, there's result, there's conclusion. That's how they write abstracts. Introduction, methods, result, conclusion. Repeat after me. Introduction, methods, results, conclusion. That's only four parts. There's no literature review there. There's no discussion inside. Or if it's lessons learned, there'll be introduction, method, lessons learned, and conclusion. That is when you're reflecting on your experience in the field. Introduction, method, lessons learned, and conclusion. So if it's structured, it means that those sections must have edges. If it's not structured, everything is together. But they will see all these 4 elements. That means you didn't write title, introduction, title, method, notes. That is not structured, but everything, these 4 things must be found there. You look at I'll take you through what they look for. Next slide. When you write an abstract, remember I said there's introduction. So what is there in introduction? They want to find 2 things, which you can say in 2 sentences. One, remember they say background. The first thing they want to know is the problem. What is the problem?
that you have decided to do something about. And the second is the study objectives. Two things. It must be there because it will carry marks. Why is this piece of work important? One sentence. One sentence. The next one is the objective. And then let's look at how we write objective. Because once the objective is not clear, there's no point. Nobody will continue to read the story. Nobody. Because if the objective is not clear, you cannot have a method to address it, and the result cannot be reliable. Next slide. So when we talk about objectives, I'll spend a little time on that because many people flaw on this. So an objective is an active statement on how the study is going to answer a specific research question. So it's the determining block of your methodology. If I see the objective very clearly, I know immediately what your methodology is going to be. If I see an objective that says, I am going to explore, is a qualitative study. You know, I'm going to explore, you now use quantitative, you don't finish. I want to assess the perspectives of people. That's qualitative. Then you go and do quantitative. I want to test association. That's quantitative. You know how I do quantitative? It's finished. From that point, that's finished. All the marks for methodology is 0. Are you with me? That's the idea. So it's from here that the person knows what they should look for. So how do we write a SMART objective? Next slide, please. When we're talking about objective, it must be SMART. It must S stands for specificity, M means it's measurable, A means it's achievable, R means it's reliable, and it's time bound. Next slide. What does specificity mean? When we say specificity, we're saying precision. There's no true interpretation of what you want to say. It's precise. And I'll take an example. I'm sure, Gloria, this slide, I'm very familiar with it. Gloria has crammed this slide. So when you say specific, look at this objective, and I'm telling you this objective is not specific. To determine the association between socio-demographic profiles of females and their menstrual cycle. It is not specific. It's nice. The English is sweet. It's a good story. But this one, if I see it in an abstract, I have copied the abstract. The remaining methodology is 0. Why? I want to determine the association. It's telling me it's a quantitative study. But socio-demographic profile, do you know we have about 32 different socio-demographic profiles? We have age, we have sex, we have household income, we have educational level, we have marital status, I can continue rural, urban area. So which one are you determining? You find somebody who will write this at the end of the day, it's only sex is doing. Then I will ask you, why didn't you do income? Because you said socio-demographic profile. So you must be specific. Determine the association between age, sex, and then it says female. Which female? From 1 year old to 100 years old. Or the female in the rural and urban area. Or is it only sex? You are not specific. Remember, we're talking about specificity. There's no vagueness. Menstrual cycle. Of course, maybe all the 4 phases. Where? Is it Nigeria? Is it all the female in the world? Is it all the female in Africa? Is it all the female in Nigeria? You can see it is nice, but it's not specific. Are we together? Yes. Next slide, please. Measurable. When you say measurable, it means there's drawing boundaries. We must understand what the variables we are exploring are. This is a special, even if you're doing a narrative, a quantitative, what is it that you're looking for? We're looking for gender-based violence. We're looking for contraceptive use. There must be a variable. There must be something that you are looking and addressing. If you are doing quantitative, let's know what the variables are. Okay? So let's look at this. What is measuring? This example is specific for quantitative analysis. It says we want to identify the relationship between socio-demographic profiles of females and their menstrual cycle. We have already said there's a problem of specificity. Social-demographic is not specific. Female is not specific. Menstrual cycle, maybe it's the first cycle, but it might be one of the cycles. It's not, we don't know where this thing is happening. But here, there's a problem of measurability. Here is this relationship. You see, all these things that are reading is sounding nice. But relationship in research has no meaning. Are you looking for an association? Are you looking for trend? Are you looking for correlation? Are you looking for survival rate? What is it that you are looking for in this? You see, this relationship is not measurable. It's not measurable. Associations can be measured, trends can be measured. You know what it is that you're looking for. But relationship sounds nice, but it's an English term, it's not a research term. It cannot be measured. Are we together? The yes man is really reduced. If you don't understand, let me know. If you don't understand, is there somebody that wants to ask a question at this time? Why did the volume go down? If you said yes the first time, when I got you, you did say yes. Oh yeah, ask me the question. So there must be specificity. Are you looking? Are you exploring? Are you checking perspectives? It must be something that at the end of the day I can say you have achieved it. Because if you don't declare, you don't know what you are looking for. You want to identify, you can be looking for, you cannot find anything randomly. This is the problem about measurability. Next slide. Okay. All right, people go back. Let me talk a little about measurability. People will be expecting you to define your variables. Usually, when you say, I'm looking at sex can be up to 10, 15. Maybe the one you did was only male and female. Then how to know? You can't just open sex when we know that there's no female and intersex. We can't just open gender without saying what it is that you are looking for. Let's have one house, please. That table, there's noise. Please, can you stop the noise? We're inside, we're doing lecture 001. This is serious matter. Okay, so you must, if it's age, you might think age is simple. But you know it might be age as at last birthday. You know, if you ask me my age now, I can tell you I'm 21 years old. Is it wrong or right? I think that is my own perspective. You didn't tell me the age you are looking for. You didn't say, no, madam, oh, it's not your age as per your perspective. Age as per when you were born. If you are not definite about age, you get my own age as 21, you get Martin Mary, you know, you say it's a female, it can tell you he's 12 years old, and then you must decide. You must decide what age you have mentioned. So if I say age as last birthday, that one is not. You can't tell me you are 12 years old when your birthday is tomorrow. You know, your birthday is tomorrow. You know, some of us, many of us are like that. The birthday is tomorrow. We'll be declaring the age today. If I say age at last birthday, you have to tell me the age of today, not the age you are planning to be tomorrow. So that's specific. You know, what is it that we want to measure? Next slide, please. Yes, please. No, I don't understand the question.
Yeah, you said here, other, you said to, like when you say to identify the association, is not quantitative, like you're looking at what?
No, I didn't think I made any issue around identify. I can make, but I didn't talk about it. No, I said go back. I can't remember. Go back. No, go back. To identify this thing, I'm talking about relationship. Relationship is not measurable. How do you want to know? If I say I want to identify the relationship, how do you now identify the relationship? How would you now identify the relationship? You won't know. That's why so it's not measurable. But if I say I want to determine association, then everybody knows how to determine. If I say I want to identify the trend,
You will know because there are tools to measure trend. If I want to say I want to determine correlation, you will know because there are tools to measure correlation. If I want to explore perspective, I will know because your answer must be but relationship is not measuring. It's nice English word, but it's not a research word because you can't measure relationship. Okay, next slide. Achievable. Whatever you must do must be doable. And this is it. Let's look at this. So now look at this one. You see that this is measurable, it is achievable, it's specific, measurable, but it's not achievable. Let's look at it. So this person wants to measure impact. He's not measuring relationship, he's measuring impact. So it's clear what he wants to do. Of age and ethnicity. It's not socio-demographic. It's very specific. Age and ethnicity. On menstrual flow, this is a menstrual cycle. Menstrual flow. Of 15 to 19-year-old females in Nigeria. Very clear. Nobody will say, why didn't you do adults? I didn't want to do adults. I wanted to do. Why didn't you do males? I don't want to do males. I want to do females. Why didn't you do Kenya? I don't know. It's not what I want to do. Very specific. And then it's measurable. I'm looking at impact. When you say that this person who is looking at, this study is a longitudinal study, they must have followed up this person for 10 years. Hello? It's clear. But why is this not doable? Hello? It's not achievable. Ethnicity. You want to look for ethnicity? In this Nigeria. The number of ethnicity is about 360 something. If you continue this study for 15 years, you have still not finished it. So that's why it's not doable. Because if it was US where they have 3 ethnic groups, black, white, and Hispanic, in Nigeria, ethnicity. So you understand? So it's specific, it's measurable, but it's not doable. However, if you say age and you took maybe your back or you know, I like your voice. Even you too, you know, sir. So by the time I see this question like this in Nigeria, I didn't sit here. I finished I just put the abstract. Next slide. Next slide. Okay, speaking like okay. Reliable. Reliable means it's consistent. This is the big pain in science, in research. What you do, and somebody else does it, we must be able to get at least almost the same results. The only way you can do that is whatever it is that you use to collect your data must be reliable, must be so that it can allow you to reproduce something. Are we together? So let's look at this. My objective was to assess the association between dress colors and mood changes of adolescent females during their menstrual period. We know it is measurable association. We know it is specific. It's all adolescents, it's females. I mean, that's females is still a problem, menstrual period. But reliability. Who wants to tell me what is the problem with the reliability of this thing? Dress colors. The dress that you see as blue today, by the time I wash it tomorrow, it doesn't change. Or is it the magenta green or the coconut red or the Fanta blue or the which color? To measure dress colors reliably, even the colors of the colors, the color of the color can change. So to reliably measure dress colors, it hasn't happened yet. There's no tool. Well, we include color sensitivity so that when you put any color, there's something that will measure it consistently forever. Until then, that is why they will be looking in your methodology. What did you use to measure these parameters? How did you ensure reliability? The people that you employed, did you train them? So that everybody is saying the same thing. Anytime I say I'm measuring sex, it's the same thing we are measuring. Am I communicating? Very good. And then finally,
time bound. Finally time bound. Move fast, please. So it must be time bound. Whenever you do a study, you must tell us where you did the study. A study that was done in 2019, it cannot be the same in 2022 because there was COVID. It can't be the same in 2024, there's mpox. The environment will change. The climate has changed. So you must let us know when you did the study. Time matters. Then we look at methodology. Okay? So for example, this person wants to do a systematic review of the effect of climate change on menstrual flow of females 15 to 19-year-olds. Tell me, Jesus, when was this study? Since the creation of the world? Tell us it's 2024, you look at it, or 2022 to 2024. Climate change, what you look at the effect of climate change on menstrual flow of since Adam was born, or when? So you must tell us when you do that. So let's go next. So this is the matter of that must be clear. If it's not the end of the act. Hello, next slide, please. The next section of your abstract is the method. Brethren, men and women, girls and boys, Gen Z and Gen AI. This is the crux of the matter. When you fail abstract, it's finished. Abstract is the big deal. Abstract is the 50% of your own volume. What you see and the headaches with many methodology is lights. Introduction is all the words. This thing is failing. Can you give me an alternative? Methodology is the big deal. Can somebody echo what I said? The methodology is the big deal. Methodology is the big deal. Methodology is the big deal. It is the big deal. Methodology is the big deal. It's the beginning and end, it's the big deal. Thank you, my brother. That's a cross joke. I told you it's not a big deal, it's the biggest deal. Methodologies. If you don't have, after they'll give you a number of words. If you do not have enough space, remove that justification that I said. I said in your background there are 2 sentences. Remove the justification and accommodate methodology. Once methodology has a problem, it is a problem. So let me look at methodology from the angle of quantitative, and then we adapt it for qualitative. There are 6 things that must be in your methodology. You must say the study design. Am I doing cross-sectional? Am I doing, there are other ground theory, there are different methodologies for qualitative, just like there are different methodology for quantitative. Number 1, your opening sentence, can we have one house? Are they sharing money at that back? Please tell them to stop the noise. If you are sharing money, we'll join you. The first sentence must tell us your study design. Must tell us your target population, study location. Those 3 things must be your abstract. It can be written in 1 sentence. This study is a cross-sectional study targeting adolescents 15 to 19 years living in Ile-Ife. That's 1 study, but there are set 3 things. Are we together? It must be there. The next thing is the date when you collected the data. Join this into 1 sentence. When did you collect it? June to July of 2022, it must be there. The study variables we looked at. I looked at climate change. I looked at gender-based violence. I looked at contraceptive use. I looked at community engagement. I looked at, what was that, your abstract? No, what was this abstract? Martinelli, what was that your abstract? How people are dancing. Energizer. That's the subject of interest. Well, the sound of music. What is it that you're looking at? That's your variable. And how did you analyze it? You must analyze. Even if it's quantitative, you did a description. You did thematic analysis. If you do quantitative, you are doing t-test, chi-square, logistic regression, multinomial regression, linear regression, and whatever it is, survival, and there must be something where you analyze. Even if it's quantitative, even if it's lessons learned, there was one. How did you pull it together? You must. This is the big deal.
All these 6 elements must be there. It must be there. You can ask the general any other thing you want to add. This 6 must be there. Next slide. Results. The beginning, the opening sentence of your results must be your sample size. How many people did you see? How many people did you collect data from? Remember that this is quantitative. There's something about lessons learned. You know, you won't write results in qualitative or experience lessons learned. You write what was the outcome of your period. So my sample is 100 participants, 12 were female, 12% were female. You write your analysis if you did outcome of your analysis. The big deal with this result is when you find people writing results and there's no, for quantitative, there's no figure. They will tell you more female use contraceptives, and most of them were most, little, and there's no figure. You see, it smells like lie. Smells. A majority, and less, more, it's just smelling like lies. The second thing about this thing that smells like lies, 100, I studied 100 participants. The mean age is 22. You didn't put standard deviation, it's smelling lies. Because if you calculated the mean age, standard deviation will come. Straight. You now did age, the mean age is 22. Everything is rounded though. You got 100 people, your number of people is 25, the mean age is 25, there's no standard. You know, all the smell of lies is just affecting your abstract reviewer. You want to do your inferential analysis, you said there's association. You must put the figures. The odds ratio is this, the confidence interval is this, the p-value is this. Believe me, you can't lie with that. But you need to put that, and anybody that knows the odds, they know what p-value should fall for this range of confidence interval. When you write an abstract and there's no figure, for a quantitative study, forget it, you're not going anywhere. However, let me tell you one secret. If you do small well, because we want you to come and pay registration fee, we would put it to poster presentation. But like I said, last year I was shocked. Last conference, 3 over 6 was rejected. I was shocked because the quality of abstract is really strong. So the data must be there. And make sure that the answer, the result is actually the study objective. I want to test the association between age and contraceptive use. You are now reporting on sex. The female use contraceptive more than male. It is age and contraceptive use the objective sex. And then, more in the rural area, what's the answer to the objective? Am I communicating? That's the time you should spend your space. When you now get the space, you can tell that story. At that time, answer your objective. Next slide. The last thing, conclusion. Conclusion is 2 statements. 2 statements. The answer to your objective and a recommendation based on the finding. So your study finding shows that age, the older the age, the more contraceptive is used. Your recommendation might be that the reason why this is happening is not known, further research. You know, say recommendation, distributing contraceptive all over the place. Your study did not show that distributing contraceptive will increase use. You are not recommending it. When all your study showed was that the older the age, the more contraceptive is being used. Then you say going to be distributing contraceptive. How does the recommendation match with the finding? Doesn't make sense now. Am I communicating? The recommendation must come from what you found. All right. So that's the abstract. What do we see? Go on, next slide. I'll soon finish. So go back, it is after, usually after you've written, go and adjust the title. Go and adjust the title. It's the last thing you write. As much as possible in the title, let it study design, study variable, the study population, and the location.
For conferences, use catchy titles. Catchy matter. If it's not very formal. Is this the way? Is 2030 realistic? Is ending 2030 realistic? You know, do things that are catchy and make people want to come. They are coming again. Don't mind them. Next slide. But as much as possible also, do things that are topical. Adolescent health is topical. Sexual reproductive health is topical. PrEP is topical. Do things that are topical. You know, it attracts attention. This is not, which slide? I thought I edited these slides. Oh, no, this. Next slide. One of the things you matter is that when you're writing the abstract, write words that, the way you write your words matter. Are we together? Antidote said, whatever you write what you mean. Let me tell you one of the things I found in Nigerians. Well, not Nigerians, it's an African thing. We talk too much. It's not because it is our culture. Our culture is very proverbal. So I want to tell, is your mother alive? I want to tell them, they are remembering that the mother has died. I just go to Martin Mary's house. I knocked. He sees me. Auntie, I've not seen you in 20 years. Oh, nothing. Nothing. Well, I want to tell Mary that mother died. Martin, you know everything that goes up must come down. I know now. Auntie, nothing happened. And people that sleep might not wake up. What happened? Nothing happened. And old people must go and come. As my mother died, no, why are you just leaving God? But you see, some people when they are sick, and then we start to cry. My mother has died. I won't tell you again, I'm not giving tissue. He has the one decided to understand what happened. He did not hear it from my mouth. I'm giving tissue. You know, it always happens. And then, don't write abstract like that. Write abstracts like the Americans. What will Americans come? Knock. Auntie, where are you? Yes, I brought bad news for you. Am I telling you? Your mother died yesterday night. Do you need tissue to wipe your eyes? Where is the burial arrangement? They are finished. True or false? That's how we write abstracts. Don't say that they should be predicting the results for you. You must say it clearly. I am here to tell you about the association between age and sex. Age is this, sex is this, blah blah, straight and finish. When you now get onto the stage to present, you can do all the drama in the abstract state. Have I communicated? So you say what you mean. For example, I want to determine the prevalence of jaundice in preschool Nigerian children. I want to determine the prevalence of jaundice in preschool children in Nigeria. Those two sentences, are they the same? They are not the same. What this person means is that determining the prevalence in preschool Nigerian children, it means that I took the country of origin when I was collecting my data. That's number one. But number two, I determined the prevalence of jaundice in preschool children in Nigeria. All the preschool children in Nigeria, whether they're from Kenya, whether they're from USO, I determine. So if I see this title, and then at the end of the day, your methodology did not capture nationality, it's a problem. The headache with this one is the use of stigmatizing language. The risk of cancer in HIV children, the risk of cancer in children with HIV, which one is HIV children? Sickle cell children, mothers, don't, that stigma. Don't do it all. You don't know who is reading your abstract. You just be annoyed too. Now, what kind of people are this? The risk of cancer in children with HIV, that's the right word. Next slide, please. I've edited all this. Next slide. No, go back. This one. Yes. Please be conscious of using your language. This gender-sensitive world. Don't start saying mankind, policeman,
police officer, human being, be conscious of gender-sensitive language. Make sure that the way you write your abstract is gender neutral. Okay? And then you write in a way of we versus them. Normal children. Who is abnormal? Normal girls. Now the normal girls had identity lesbian. Is lesbian abnormal? So the language you use and then it's a lesbian that is reading your abstract. Lesbian is finished with that. So, when we write, university you file. You say, no, it's we file. You just put unnecessary addition. Can't you just write girls and boys? You say normal, innocent child. Which child is not innocent? Just remove all those extra appendages and avoid the languages that do them. They are always sick. They are ill. It makes you feel like you are superior. So avoid those kind of language. Next slide. And when I talk about so the difficulty is not to write, but to write what you mean. That is why when you write abstract, you don't write abstract at the last minute. You must write it enough time for somebody else to review. And review. Where's Gloria? She'll tell you how many times they read that abstract. How many times they read out your own abstract? Don't write abstracts on the closing dates. If you want to submit an abstract to ICASA, start to write. So many people have read over and over. So all these things can be eliminated. Next slide. Punctuation matters. Go back. Punctuation matters. Look at this sentence. This is a sentence. A woman without a man is nothing. Two people punctuated. The man wrote, a woman, comma, without a man is nothing. The woman wrote, a woman, colon, without her, man is nothing. It's the same words, but different punctuation. So you must be conscious of your punctuation because it's conveying different meaning. Anybody that reads your piece of work and they don't understand, it means you did not communicate. There's no anger. If you communicated with clarity, they won't ask questions. Next slide. Next slide. So look at the marks. So if this is a 6-point mark, this is how it goes. Background is 1 mark. Methodology is 3 marks. Result is 1 mark. Conclusion is 1 mark. From the background, you get 0.5 for the statement of problem, 0.5 for the objective. For your methodology seat, your design 0.5, population 0.5, location 0.5, date of collection 0.5, study variable 0.5, analysis 0.5. So whichever one is missing, just be removing your marks. Just be removing your marks. Conclusion is 2 statements. The answer to the objective and recommendation 0.5. Results. So just be looking. The big mark is the methodology, straight. So once you feel methodology, that's finished. Am I communicating? So this is it. Very clear. Nobody is retracting you. Nobody. It is you that has to take care of yourself. Next slide. Next slide. I think I removed. Go down. I removed a lot of those things because of time. Remove. Go down. Go down. Go now. Move. You're not moving up. That's why I do these things myself. Eh? Okay, thank you. So for those that do lessons learned components, please note that this is very important so that you can share your experience on the field. And when you do lessons learned, it's a lot more qualitative. Please report your lessons learned as teams. I repeat, report it as teams, then it has value. Once you did it, these are the lessons you learned. Teams. It was about, I'm sorry, I don't have an example in my head, but I'm sure I'm communicating with somebody. Cluster it as teams. Or you might have 5 teams and 15 sub-teams and list them. That is the strength. Pardon? Cluster is as teams. So you said, maybe I was looking at perspectives about contraceptives. One theme is that side effects. Another theme is availability. Another theme is accessibility.
And then, and then you can have sub-teams, but cross-site as teams, it becomes powerful. Because what it's telling the person is that you have studied what you write, what you wrote. Am I communicating? So cross-site as teams, and then it is very concrete what you want to communicate. That's the big deal I wanted to say there. Or if for those that are a lot more social science oriented, they will understand what it means to link it to theoretical framework. If you can do this one, it's very powerful. So this is supporting the health belief model, and the link what you're saying is very powerful. They can't ignore it. Next slide. Okay? No, next slide. So these are the common flaws. I think this is where I'm going to end. You read an abstract, and the background is 75% of the page. Don't worry, nobody will read it after that. You just open the abstract, and the background is telling the story from generation to generation. HIV started in 1962, and the first case in Nigeria was reported in 1981. But then they finished. The background is 2 sentences. This is a big major flaw. The background is too long. And then the methodology will now be 2 sentences. The objective is not properly stated. I've talked about SMART. When we now look at objective, methodology, results, conclusion, there's no link. I want to look at age and contraceptive. My methodology is looking at rural area. My result is looking at the gender. My conclusion is talking about spreading the news. Result generation is fake. Even if it's not fake. So when they start looking at these things, the reviewer will just fit it is fake. Your sample is always 100. The number of girls is always 20. The people in the rural area are always 15. Everything is always rounded up. And then grammatical errors. Grammatical errors to put people on. Next slide, I think I've come to the end. Next slide, the final words. Please know that abstract writing is a skill. Don't write your abstract at the last minute. The more you write, the better you are. There's always new skills to acquire. And please note that we must tell the truth. Abstract writing so as to get scholarship to go to conference is not about telling lies. It's about telling what you are doing in a way that people want to learn. We talked about, what was it? The energizers. You know, some people don't know it. People will come for that session to learn. You have an expertise you want to share, but you must communicate it well for me to come and learn. That's what abstract is. It's not about telling any lies. It's not about telling lies. The community must be protected. And for those that do conference abstract, this checklist is a guide. On that note, I want to say thank you for listening. And if there's any questions, and then ever session control.
All right, thank you very much. I think what we clapped for just like that, if you have gone for where you pay to attend this class, you will appreciate more what you get to. As a facilitator, I know how much I have made in teaching people how to write abstracts, and you are hesitating. Another round of applause for her. Professor, thank you so much for this wonderful presentation. It's very, very interesting that some people were coming to me, please can we get this presentation? Some were snapping, taking pictures. I bet with you, you need to visit the website. Immediately after this program, you see this on the Society for AIDS in Africa website, and over there you can download and have this as a reference document. Each time you are using the document, please be praying and clapping for Professor Morelli. He has given us all the secrets. I'm not sure anybody will want to come here and write me how much would I pay me write abstract. You spoiled market for me. So it's wonderful. And now we want to see if there are just 3 questions, maybe one. Because of our time, we are getting into the lunch time. Okay, so before the lunch. Okay, so yes, one. Any other question? Anybody who wants to ask a question? One will trigger the second. Let's see. Oh, yeah, please, you have the floor. Yeah.
Good afternoon, everyone. I hope we're enjoying the session so far. I want to refer to the title of a document from the International Society. It's called Publish or Perish. Publish or Perish. You need to blow your trumpet. And I want to highlight one thing. When you go to conferences, you will see that, especially we in the PLHIV community, majority of our people are always sitting down in the PLHIV. Is that not so? When you go to meetings, people are always rushing for when we're having tea break or lunch. And that shows that many times when we go to such meetings, we're not really going there to learn. But today I'm seeing a difference. I think we should clap for ourselves. I remember one day at the UCH, our Oga, Ifa, Professor Isaac Folorunsho Adewale, I came from my drugs at the clinic and I wanted to just say hello to him. And then he was speaking to, I think, whether Fayemi or what's this other guy with ONG. Said at this conference, in this unit, he must bring out at least 20 abstracts. And who are they going to use for the abstracts? Now we are the Prof. We are the raw materials of the abstract of profs and this prof and all that. But we do a lot of work in the community and we don't document what we do. And therefore it's very difficult for people to see our track records. For me, I have more than 30, 40 abstracts I list on my CV. And when they look at your CV and they see that you do a lot of this, they know that you have an active mind. That's one. A lot of the work that we do in community and civil society gets lost. And it seems like it is those with the stethoscope and the lab coats that can do the work, and we are doing nothing. And therefore, at the peer review forum, this is one of the reasons why we're having this abstract writing masterclass. And I want to tell you why. By next year, we will call for abstracts at our next edition. We will have abstract-driven sessions. Beyond this particular masterclass, we will still move further because we have decided that every month we will have a masterclass. We'll be teaching ourselves virtually. We won't be coming together like this. So you better start getting close to us online. We will also give you our website address here. It's in your publications and all that, so that you know what the peer review forum is doing, so that we'll be updating you as time goes by. And there are so many things we are still going to teach you. Please make good use of it. It is not every time that we have to come to meetings like this and sit down together. I checked the Zoom link that we created and we spread. It's just a few people that we are having inside. People want to just come to where they will sit down and all that, but we have to learn to learn online. It's very important. And therefore, then the abstract mentorship program is also a very important aspect, where you are attached to a master that will guide you with your abstract. And I've served on many as a mentor on several occasions. And those people that we mentored, most of them have been successful in having their abstracts accepted. Finally, I want to say, study to show thyself approved. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other questions?
Sorry, our website is what? The website is very simple. www.csoaf.org.ng. Civil Society Academy Forum. So csoaf.org.ng. C for coconut. S for what?
Sex.
For what? For sweet. Abi? For A for apple, and F for fufu. Okay? CSOAF.g. Always check our website. You will always .org.ng. You will always have updates. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you very much. Any other questions to Prof so that we end the session and go to our next session? What? All right. No, you can have it. You have it, mic correct.
Okay, honestly, I never had this opportunity. All the while I've been in the civil society for about 22 years. I never had this opportunity you guys are having now.
A round of applause for CSO, yeah.
And I can also testify and tell you that my first oral presentation I had in Johannesburg was actually corrected and perfected by this prof. Yes. And I knew what it took me to get her, because she doesn't like putting people doing your work for you. To teach you how to do that work and you do it yourself. I knew how long it took me to get her to read through my abstract. Asked me to do so and so as corrections. I did it, but she taught me how to do it. And it gave me an oral presentation very highly, and I was then sponsored by UNH.
That's what you get.
I won a first class ticket.
Yeah.
All right? So honestly, I have this opportunity of having a free class how to write an acceptable proposal. And listen, this man here can bear testimonies. He's here now, you have been taught how to write proposals. Tomorrow, if you submit anything abstract, tomorrow, if you submit anything below this, he will be the first to kill it before it even gets to the resolution. So take this very seriously. I'm sure, I don't know if people can ask for PowerPoint.
Yes, I've said website.
Okay, cool. So
yes,
go there and pick it up. Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you for the presentation. So mine for clarity's sake, because most, especially people that do more engagements, not from, say for example, a project that is probably from implementation down to when, then probably the final report was made. Reports, when you do abstract projects that the whole planning process down to the rollout down to the end of the project. It's possible to do abstract without fear or without any obstructions. Now, again, even if you participated in some of the programs and you take short abstract and you scale through them, my own question is, what if you don't get permission to write an abstract on some of these projects that you said on? Can you use probably national guidelines from maybe national programs that are happening? Can someone write abstract those evidence that are there?
Thank you.
A very good question, and thank you. So there's existing data out there and you want to use it. There's something called ethics. I almost feel like, I hesitated, I almost feel like calling Florita to answer the question. There's something called ethics. You can't use somebody else's data and generate it and write it. One of the things I saw very early on, some time ago, is, people, you copying somebody else's abstract and writing it up. But a lot of horrible things happen out there. A lot of horrible things, I can tell you that. But you can use somebody's data without taking permission. However, there's public data. So for example, the IPPASS is out. You can't write an abstract and say, copy the IPPS data and say it's abstract. It's not abstract, but you can use that data in a secondary analysis. And that was what I was trying to avoid. You can reanalyze existing data and tell your story. Of course that is valid, and it's your story. But you can't copy IPPSS data and write it as your abstract. You can't copy NDA data. Everybody will do it and they will talk it, but the headache is that you are labeled as negative. That's the limitation. I don't know, Joy, if I answered you. Does that help? Okay, yeah. So Yes, secondary data, those data are out there and you can reanalyze in a way to tell a story that needs to be heard, that data is not. One of the things you see with that data, they're not discrete. But you cannot test association between this one and this one. That is very appropriate. And you tell another story, because that story was not told by those data. All those survey data, all those people doing publication, come to conferences. It's just things that they are using. They are doing secondary analysis and telling solid stories that are valid. But it's not like a copy they analyze it. Thank you. On that note, I'll say thank you very much.
Thank you so much for your wonderful presentation. In fact, I've been in the FIX all the while because I'm on my PhD program, and this is really an eye-opener for me. And I know in the academics is like 250 words, but is it the same with conference abstracts?
Excellent question. Excellent question. You must, that's why I said follow instructions. Look, how many words? 250 words. Follow instructions. In ICASA, it's 250 words. Some might say 300, some might say 350. IS 300, I've seen 150. In fact, I've seen somewhere where they said 150 and do not put figures. I've seen. That's why they said follow instruction. Follow instruction. That was the first thing I said, though. Follow instruction. You must read instruction. Don't say, lecture. And they said this thing. I was shocked. 150 words, no figures. No, don't put 1 is equal to 2. They don't want to. So, yeah.
Right. Good afternoon. My name is Ada. I have 3 questions. Firstly, I want to confirm the tense. So I've noticed that in your explanation there was a lot of semantics. So you want tense to be used when you're writing an abstract, say past tense. How do we phrase that properly? Then
past tense.
Okay.
I think it's present tense, present tense.
Okay. Then
you can't mix both of it, but more appropriately because you have done the work. You have done the work. So it is past.
All right. I have a question on what you said. You were describing topical. You said that
look for what is topical. Health insurance is trending. God bless you. This was you are Gen X, Abby. Yeah, I was Gen X. So what's trending is what I mean topical. Do you get that?
Yes, I get that. Then finally, if you could give a more firm difference between specificity and measurable when you're talking about.
That one is another lecture. That one you pay for that one.
Yeah, it was because.
I'm done with that aspect.
Right.
You read the rest. You study. You guys started this slide. I've been up this morning. Okay, let me try. What did you want specific? What did you want me to specify?
Okay, specificity, you spoke about precision, and I get that. But then when you were speaking about measurable, it seems to be.
What is measurable?
It seems to seem more like it was specificity you were talking about.
So what is measurable? I made it clear. More or less, there are terminologies that are very well seated in research. That is more, it's not English. That was what I was trying to you must know what it is that we're doing about what is measurable. So I talked about the statistical term, relationship. Relationship is not measurable. There's no statistics that exist in the world, or maybe tomorrow, that measures relationship. It doesn't exist. So if you say you are doing something on a relationship, you are looking at exploring the relationship between two things. You're opening yourself to problem because they'll say, why did you do association? The next reviewer, you know there are about 3 reviewers, how many? 3 in ICASA. In some places up to 5. The one will now say, why didn't you do trend? Another one will say, why didn't you do, because you're opening up yourself. But if I said I did association, nobody can query me because that's what you did. So relationship is not measurable. If you do dress color is not measurable. At the same time, not reliable because there's no tool to measure it. What I've done here is very short. It's very brief. It takes a lot more than what I've done. I guess there's YouTube you can study. So if you can, it's a lot more than that. If I take your reliability alone, I can spend it. So apologies for the brevity.
A power clap. A power clap. And another one. Slightly to her. Thank you very much. So we will be going into the next powerful master class. Oh, before we go, so now the powerful master class is putting it together. The contest for designing HIV SRH programs for adolescents and young people. And it is the constituency of majority of those of us who are here. And this is powerfully put together by AHF and EVA, Education as a Vaccine, and AIDS Healthcare Foundation. I've seen my friend Steve. So I want us to put our hands together as we listen to this master class. Thank you very much. No, don't put your hands together. Clap your hands together for him.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It's a big pleasure to be here. My name is Steve Shadi. I'm representing the AIDS Healthcare Foundation, and with me,
my name is Amichichi Amaka from Education as a Vaccine.
And we are happy to be here. Where we are not really the person speaking, but we put together a powerful team of young people, who can inspire us and teach us. All right. And in addition, because we are speaking on the issue of SRHR, AHF will be providing sanitary pads to all the women here today. All the women, all the girls. So please kindly permit me to invite our resource persons. Please come up. Maxine here. So this topic will be handled by 3 people, and they are looking at the same issue from different perspectives. And I must thank the CSO Accountability Forum, for this diversion, I can say, because this edition is actually different from what we've been experiencing before. And I myself have learned something from Professor Morenike's speech and lecture, and I believe we are going to learn from our powerful, what do we call them, facilitators. Okay, so let's start with you.
Okay, where is the energy in this room? Let me stand up. Good afternoon, everyone. How are we all doing? Please, have we served lunch? Oh, I see. But it's fine. So, thank you for following us through to this time. I know that it was a lot that Prof already put together, and it was very, oh my God, it was really amazing. I really enjoyed that session, and when an expert speaks, you just know. You don't have to ask another person, so you know that years of hard work has gone into that, and it's such a great opportunity. I think one of us said it, that it's such a good opportunity that we have. So this session, like it was rightly said, let me sit down now because the energy was a bit down. That was why I stood up. The session would be just us talking about our engagements as programmers, as experts, and as facilitators of SRHR who have worked in programming for adolescents and young people, especially with the you know, the context, in the context of SRH and HIV. My name is Mercy Bolaji, and I work for Stand With a Girl initiative. I'm very happy to be here. Like I always say, I seem like I'm the youngest adolescent in this room. You can argue with your keyboard, I don't know, but that's fine. So I will just pass.
Good afternoon, everybody. We have young people in the house, aren't we? All right. No, I refuse. I beg to refuse. I know my people. All right. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Maxine Okpa. I work for Education as a Vaccine, and I am really, really pleased to have this privilege to be in your midst today and also share insights. And also I'm prepared to learn. I'm prepared to learn immeasurably from all of us, my peers and young persons, even the young persons seated right here in the front. So thank you so much. It's my pleasure.
Thank you. Talk about something I'm really, really excited about. A topic on CSE as an aspect of SRH. Thank you so much, and I hope to make this a very conversational style. Yeah, so we'll not just be here speaking, we'll want to hear from you also. Please get ready. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Putting this together. You know, it's very important that we understand when we're talking about designing and programming for SRH, for adolescents, it's very important that we take into consideration some key concepts. So I'm going to give you a background story. I started volunteering for a non-governmental organization as early as 17. I was still in school and I would go during lecture-free hours to, you know, just go for meetings, go for events for SRHR. But at the point, I really did not understand what I was doing, right? It was just about, I was excited about talking to other girls, my peers, right? And for me, I just kept on going. But over time, and then I'll also go for meetings, say in Abuja here. I grew up in northern Nigeria, Zaria to be precise. I would go for meetings and sometimes some things they do in the meeting do not make sense to me. And when I talk about it do not make sense to me is that, you know, in the NGO space, there are a lot of acronyms that if you're not careful, permit me to start please, if you're not careful about what you're doing, you will get lost in the midst of crowd. Like there are a lot of acronyms that people just come up with every day. There's just something trending every day in SRHR space. So why are we here together to say that it's not enough to bring up young people and to just mark attendance that there are young people in the room, especially for SRHR programming. It goes beyond that level. And I'm going to tell you for a fact today that I am an investment, or I am a sum total of investment of what people have invested in my life, and I can stand today to say that it didn't just happen. Some people were very intentional about making me be part of the process. And I think that's very important. So as people who are looking at influencing healthy outcomes for adolescents, it is very important that you are intentional about, you know, keeping adolescents in the room and making sure that they are part of the process. And why am I saying this? It's so that there was a time I saw a policy document, and the policy document was around 105 pages. And this policy document was policy for adolescents and young people. In my head, I asked myself, what's the importance of this policy? Yeah, it's very important because it's for adolescents and it's going to help their healthy outcome at the end of the day. But it goes beyond. If there are programmers in this room, people who program for adolescents and young people, right? But the adolescents themselves do not even understand what is going on in that policy. Is it going to work? It's so jokingly, my friends and I used to say that Nigeria is overall best in policy making. Please cut that video part so that my name will not be on social media. But we like developing policies day in, day out. If you go out today, I can assure you there's a particular place that there's one policy or one document launched. But if you ask an average girl in Nyanya or Gwagwalada, she doesn't understand what is in that policy document. Am I right? And then at the end of the day, they say that this policy is supposed to help the healthy development of the adolescent. Now tell me, who is deceiving who, right? We keep piling up documents every day, but people are not engaged, people are not involved. So this is where I'm going. Another thing that we've seen worked over time for us is that girl-led advocacy or adolescent-led advocacy is very important. So if you have a group of people and you want to, okay, they said they are young people, but let's borrow them. Can we borrow you now to be an adult? Okay. So, so we want to borrow them to be adults now. So let's say these are our decision makers, these are makers, right? And this group of people, they are the adolescents. And then we are coming to say that adolescents have problems. They do not have access to SRH, they do not have access to family planning, they find restrictions when they go to access these services and all of that. And the adolescents are just there seated. And then we have privilege, for instance, maybe we can afford even sanitary towels. We are the ones talking to these people about it. And one of them asks, what exactly is your problem? And I will say, oh, well, I just think that adolescents, you just think that adolescents, because you think because you're not the one who is wearing the shoe. Unlike when there's the person who is wearing the shoe talking to these decision makers by themselves. And it starts from intentionality of building the capacity of these adolescents. Not, again, I'm going to say it, I've seen it play out over time that a lot of people just want to have, for the purpose of per diem, for the purpose of an attendance sheet, to have list of adolescents on a paper, so that when they are submitting funders can, oh, were adolescents part of this meeting, they check, yes, adolescents were. But ask me, how many of you, I know that there's been a lot of sessions that have been going on since morning, but how many of the adolescents that are here, including myself, can really say that their capacities are built when they leave the gates of this hotel room? How many people? How many people? So oftentimes people just organize meetings upon meetings and we keep doing the same thing over and over and over and over again, and then the result is just there. While I commend the effort of CSOs generally in Nigeria, in fact, somebody said that why CSOs are working is because the government has failed to do something, and I agree with them 100%. Because if the government have fixed some certain things, then CSOs would have little or nothing to work about. But while it's important that all of this thing is happening, there is the need to intentionally include adolescents in the work you do, so that so now I'm going to borrow you again to be adults. I'm sorry. These people in the next 5 years, you will not be younger than what you are right now. You will be older. And who are you handing over to? The people behind you. And all the skill and the knowledge that you know, if it's not passed, then it just goes with you. And we're just at a point, and nobody's moving anywhere. So what we're saying today is that there is need to move beyond just talking to people, programming for adolescents, but intentionally putting them at the center, co-creating activities with them. It's going to go along. If we have been doing the same thing for over 20 years and it's not working, tell me, we should do something else. And doing something else means that we should involve the people who we want to do this something for, so that the change that we intend to see is going to happen. So I'm going to come back, but that's just like a starter to tell you that engaging adolescents, it goes beyond them writing their names on attendance sheets for the purpose of transportation allowance or per diem. It goes beyond intentionally building their capacity so that they can, by themselves, advocate for themselves. Thank you.
important, right? How many of us just think, oh, we're talking about contraceptives and services? I want to see your hands. Sexual and reproductive health and services, right? Okay, that's like access to contraceptives, for example, counseling, access, that's the contraceptive, family planning, and thank you so much. So my duty here today will be to share another aspect of SRHR that has to do with what we call comprehensive sexuality education. And in Nigeria, lawmakers are not comfortable with that word sexuality. They think, oh, you want to teach children how to have sex. And today we'll be talking about that is not so, right? So there's a safe word for it in Nigeria. Globally, it's called CSE, which is Comprehensive Sexuality Education. But in Nigeria, it's called Family Life and HIV Education. So that's FLHE for short. Then for CSE, we'll say, for Comprehensive Sexuality Education, we'll say CSE. So I'll be saying a lot of FLHE and CSE. You know it's the same thing we're talking about. Thank you for that. So it's an underrated aspect of sexual and reproductive health and rights, and I'll be telling you why. Okay, so first question I'll be asking, I think we pass it on marked across. How many of us here were told about our first period that, oh, something's going to happen to you at a certain age, you wake up and you just see that there's a blood stain? How many of us were told from home by your mother? Out of everybody here, nobody told you anything. Nobody told you. So you were left to figure it by yourself and from friends, right? Nobody told you. Your mom. How many of us, our mom told us? I want to see your hands. Out of this. All right. But we're not here to bash fathers, right? At the end, you can't give what you don't have, although you can learn. All right. I have another question. For the boys, now I've asked something that concerns women or girls when you were younger. For the boys, how many fathers told you that one day you wake up and you notice your boxer is wet? Did they ever tell you that? So who do you ask? Your friends, right? As young people will say, we learn it on the streets. Hello? If you are lucky and you are that age where they are teaching it in biology classes and your teacher is not too embarrassed to talk about it, they will teach it, right? I have another question, the last one for now, I promise. How many of us, when we were 15, 16, you just realize, I like that boy, and they born you well, so go and ask your mother. That, why do I feel like I like that boy? I want to see your hand. I should come again. When you were 15, 16, 17, how many of you women or even girls when you were younger had the guts, you realize you have a crush on the opposite sex, maybe a boy your age, you had the mind to go and ask tell your mother and father or father that it's like I like that boy. I like her response. She said caskets, straight. Thank you. But this is a real life issue, right? And everybody here, even the parents here, we were there. That's the age you are inquisitive, you want to know what's going on. And is it a crime? No. So the answer now is, who should a young person tell about these feelings they are having as an adolescent, who is beginning to discover how they feel and how to go about it and how to handle it? First, it's supposed to be parents, right? But is that the reality? Why? Because of the society we are, right? Even our parents too were not told when they're young. We all pretend and just package like that, until girls start to get pregnant. And you're wondering, how did it happen? Right? Nobody told them. Okay, so now this is me about to introduce us to what CSC means, right? So I'm asking these questions to set a background to what I'm about to talk about now. So we're talking about CSE, meaning Comprehensive Sexuality Education, is an age-appropriate, number one, information, set of information that builds young people's agency. Agency is your ability to make decisions, right? Now, the aim is not to spoil a child, is to give them the true and factual information about what is happening in their life, they can decide when daddy and mommy is not there. Do you understand? Okay, so we are talking about topics like menstrual hygiene, like what we're saying now, telling a girl that you get to a certain age. Now, talking about girls as young as 8 years now beginning to menstruate, right? 9 years, 10 years, and nobody tells them. We hear these stories, they are embarrassed, they just see blood and they start to cry because what is happening to me? And God forbid somebody advances that, oh, it's time to have, and she doesn't even know the implication. She's already vulnerable, right? Because somebody, the adults around her choose to pretend as if this is not going to happen and have that conversation. So now she's left to ask her friends about it. What about self-esteem? Who talks to young people about their self-esteem? How not to be timid, how to speak up, how to build confidence skills, right? Nobody, it's supposed to be parents, right? So parents and guidance, that's what it's supposed to be ideally. Okay, now, what about body image? A girl is growing up and she realizes that her friend is so light skinned and she's dark skinned, and it seems the fair one is getting all the attention. And nobody wants to like looking at her. She's beginning to think, they are calling me Blackie. I go for outreach a lot, and you are talking to a girl, and the first thing she tells you is that, what do you like about yourself? They'll be looking at you. They're not sure. This is them trying to see they can test you to even like trust you. At the end, one will say, I don't like how I'm black. Now imagine, I had that kind of, she's a light-skinned woman, my elder sister is fair like her, but from a young age, she'll be telling me, wow, black is so beautiful. Your skin is so smooth. Remember, just use cream to maintain your skin. And the word bleaching never crossed my mind because I had a mother who made me feel comfortable in my... Now, how many girls have that experience? So that's why I make it a point of duty when we go for outreach. First thing, pay compliments to young girls because they don't get it at home. And they are the age where they are beginning to discover themselves, their body image. How is that girl is already growing a set of breasts, and me, they are calling me flat chest. This is something in her mind bothering her. And the first boy that tell her, oh, you are beautiful, if he demands for sex, she's giving in. Because nobody has ever made her feel beautiful before, right? Okay, so taking it further, CSCs also involve consent. If I call to a girl and a boy here now, we have a role play, which we do a lot. And he's to touch her and see her reaction. She might smile and say, stop it. But she's smiling. And the boy, the signal he's receiving is that she's pretending. And in society, they say if she says no, she means yes. Right? And nobody has taught the boy, nobody has taught the girl how to say, have refusal skills, how to say no and mean no. Now, CSC, I want to say, I don't take the only speaker here. It deals on toxic masculinity, it deals on even HIV prevention, awareness and treatment, issues of stigma, even mental health, friendship, how to handle crushes and understand that there's something wrong with you, but of course you can make a decision later. You are too young. For now, you value education. Now, also think about human rights under CSC, which directly affects issues of sexual and gender-based violence. Now, you've already taught boys about consent, taught girls about consent, and they understand that, they understand refusal skills, they understand respect for body autonomy. How would it affect the rate of sexual and gender-based violence, right? When girls know that I have a right to be free of violence, then you now show them, oh, this is how to report. These are the trusted adults. Or ask a girl now, who is your trusted adult? Some tell you, my father. Some like, there's this auntie in my neighborhood. It's not their parents. Letting them know that I can go and tell that person and they will defend me. Instead of getting raped in silence and they can't tell anybody. I mean, I have a lot of stories to tell, but I have other speakers here that are waiting. So this is what CSC means. Recently, one of the immediate past Minister of Education was he was in the limelight because he was talking about how 16-year-old children should not go to the university. I'm telling you, a 16-year-old girl that understands everything I'm telling you now is confident. No lecturer can mess with her. She knows her trusted adults. She knows her rights. She can speak up. She knows the kind of friends to keep. And her parents are confident that my child is safe in the university, compared to a 30-year-old girl that has never been told any of this, making one bad decisions every day. So this is just like a background to what CSEs, comprehensive sexuality education, you have an idea now. It's a lot more, but just for time's sake, I'll let my colleague continue from here. So it's not just about contraceptives. For now, I'm too young. I want to chase my education. I know the value of education. I will decide sexual initiation a bit later because I'm young and I'm not ready for all of that yet. Because the child has been told what are the consequences. Do you understand me? Thank you. Over to you, myself.
All the young persons in the house, I really want to say from them alone, I've learned a lot already. And I am quite eager to share my insights. But I don't feel comfortable sitting and speaking to glorious people like you. I think maybe I should stand so that I'll feel more comfortable. In the Yoruba kingdom, we say you don't talk to big men and sit down. Alright, so I will be talking, and specifically I would like to talk about ownership of the process. Ownership of the process. But before I delve into ownership of the process, I would want to appreciate the Nigerian government. I want to appreciate every effort of the CSOs in Nigeria present for their marvelous work in Nigeria. Please, can we give them a round of applause? They've all put their hands on deck and they've ensured that the issues regarding AYP, HIV, and what have you, they've been tackled meticulously. But then, it's a recent trend now that whenever you go for meetings, you hear that the donors are going, the donors are going, the donors are going. What is going to happen after the donors leave? There has to be ownership of the process. Now, we as young persons, we are talking about designing effective program for young persons. And we are saying there is nothing for us without us. It's a common slogan, right? It's a common slogan. Yes, there is nothing for us without us. With this situation of the donors going, we have people established in the CSOs, with the IPs, they are doing marvelous work. Now, I'm from Benue. I'm not in Abuja with you guys. So I would like to give you guys practical examples of what I've experienced in the field, in the grassroots. Because things may be different here, because this is top tier level. Now, when programs are developed, yes, they call on the KP community, they call on the patients community, that's persons living positively. We have this so program. This is what our organization is doing with regards to this program. Now we want to implement in so place. Now this is what is going to benefit you in this community. This is what is going to benefit you in this community. Programs are implemented. But right now, that's why I first started with appreciating the efforts of all CSOs and their marvelous work. But right now, you can see that the young people are craving involvement in this process. Are we not? Yeah. Are we not? Yeah. We are craving involvement. Like she already said from the beginning, it is not just to come and sit down and then fill attendance form, and when they are asked, they say young persons were in attendance. Yes, we carry the young persons along. We want more. We are like Oliver Twist. We are asking for more right now. And what is the more we are asking for? We want to know how the process goes about. We want to know the nitty-gritties of the process. We want to learn. Now, if I'm talking about the community aspect, if I'm talking from the PLHIV aspect, what happens when the donors leave? What will happen to the rest of the PLHIVs when the donors leave? How were they carrying out all of these activities? I know nothing about it. I only know that I have been invited to come for a meeting. I know that there are some interventions here and here and here, and I participate here. I was in a meeting in Benue, and I had to ask some of the IPs there. I asked them, okay, we really appreciate your works, but then how many young persons living positively, how many KPs are working with you in your organization? And one of them was stammering, but I had to say, okay, this is my chance for advocacy. We need to be carried along. We need to own the process. Because if you are designing programs and policies, you need to know the peculiar needs of these people you are designing for. And how best can you know the peculiar needs of these persons if those persons who are rightly involved do not contribute their quota towards the realization of those expectables? How? We can see that, okay, my concern now is we are in Abuja here. Let me just say we are a privileged group of persons here that are seated to learn. Let me use Benue also as an example. Now in Benue, most of the activities done in Benue, they are implemented in Makurdi, the state capital, in Boko, and then Otubo. Those are the three key local governments where this goes on. And I'm in communication with some of the young persons in other local governments, and they keep asking me, Afan and Maxine, what did they happen? We don't sabi what did they happen. Now to just come take our medicine, they go house. And I'm like, how do I get it? I wish I had the means, right? But this thing, if you don't get big pockets, you know if you really, you get. That's why we are pleading. We need also to be very much involved. And being involved doesn't mean leaving those persons at the top alone to partake of this. Can we also delve into the grassroots? We need interventions. We need to be carried along, even in the grassroots. It shouldn't just be Makurdi, Boko, or Otubo. Now, those ones in Igumale, those ones in Kutonkon, do they really know what transpires in programming? All what happens is just that they are going to take their drugs. Now, what if the donors leave and I'm spearheading these interventions from the state? How do I carry them along to work with me effectively if they do not know how this thing is done? We need to be involved. Let me give you, they've given me a notice, so I have to be quick. Let me give you an example of some programs that exemplify why it is very, very important to get young persons involved. First of all, I would like to talk about the Pitch AGYW project. It was a consortium. It involved, I can see some of my colleagues that year, they are here. Please, advocates in Pitch AGYW, can I see your hands? Please celebrate. The project was a consortium of the Association of Positive Youth Living with HIV in Nigeria. It was also involved ASHWAN, yes, Association of Women Living with HIV, and Education as a Vaccine. These three organizations came together, and the sole purpose of this Pitch AGYW project was to advocate for a change in the age of consent. Now, they did not just bring people to come and advocate, they brought specific people. The Education as a Vaccine had to bring persons from the Gen Pop. AP had to bring persons from the young persons living positively and the women living positively also. These three subgroups, they put hands together, which also I was privileged to be part of it. We advocated strongly, everybody knowing there's something we say in Pidgin that it get where it touch. Everybody sabi how it touch. From these three persons, the young person living positively know where it touch am. The woman know where it touch am. Gen Pop know where it touch am. Gen Pop included like the KPs and the rest of the communities, even people with disabilities. Now we have peculiarities. We have differences. Young people are peculiar. We are multifaceted. We are a difficult group. No, let me not use difficult. Should I say complex? That one is more subtle. Yes. Yes, complex. Let me say complex because we are really peculiar. We need also to We need all these peculiarities to be recognized so that we can join hands. We need to learn how the process is carried out so we can also get involved effectively. Before I go, I would also want to give an example. I also want to appreciate UNICEF. There's a program that was held, UNICEF Advocates. This one, I so love the project because it delved into the community. And I wish I could bring some of these beneficiaries to this. UNICEF Advocates program focused not only on the positive or the persons living positively, it went into the community. Those orphans and vulnerable children and young persons, those ones living with disabilities, we went right into the nooks and crannies of Benue State. Advocate was also done, I think, in Abuja here. And you could see that there are some persons, there is one of the graduates of UNICEF Advocates that has been selected for the EVA, Age of Access Advocacy. I knew that boy when he was just tender, about 3-4 years ago. And due to the fact that we went deep into the community, got these persons involved, this boy has developed his capacity. Advocates allowed him to know how much these things happen, how to develop himself, even what she talked about. And this boy is developed. I am still in contact with some of them from the deep communities, and they keep asking, Maxine, when next will something like Advocates come? I leave this question in our minds. How can we get ourselves involved in this? We need to advocate, my brothers and sisters. We need intentional advocacy. That's why our young people that are seated in front here, you are at the forefront. We are advocating, first of all, that whenever programs are to be designed, please remember that you cannot do it totally without us. We also need to be involved. We want to learn. We want to get involved. Your hands are getting tired. Yes, your hands are getting tired, and we want to help you. Thank you very much.
So I'm just going to write on what he has said. In closing, thank you so much. But just to go home with this is that young people, it's obvious that we are ready. The question is, CSOs, are you ready? That's it. Like, are you really ready for us? And one other thing that I would like to call your attention to is the intentionality about the young people that you engage in the process. So we no longer use the word use because you are not used, it's not a use and dump because of a certain project, it's about engagement. But the question to you is now that, how well do you engage these young people? So we have a set of young people that you have consistently engaged for 5 years. Let them exit. There are new people coming on. Please give opportunity for other young people to be part of the process. I can assure you, so in all honesty, there are some meetings that right now that they call for some other young people, I would reject it. You know why? Because there are other young people who should partake of the meetings that should be part of the process. And that's what I always advocate for, because I want to see that in the next 10 years, I am not the same person who has been advocating. Rather, I'm at the point of policy making. I have exceeded. And that's where the world is going. So the question to you is, are you actually engaging the young people? Do not, if you have consistently engaged somebody for the past 5 years, please allow them go. Engage new people. Thank you very much.
Sincerely, let me just really speechless. But I think we need to give it to them. We will stand up. We will do 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 2, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2. Then. All right. So can we go? Let's give it to them. Go. Go. Now need a kiss from here, not be you. I catch your pass. All right, thank you.
Please, in closing, community, right? But you are coming from somewhere, there are young people around you, right? So your own capacity can be built and you become that safe space where you can now talk to young people around you with correct, factual information so that they can make better decisions. Thank God for AHF that is doing so much in community advocacy and even building and sensitizing peer educators. So you can reach out to Mr. Steve after the session so we can share some resources with the young persons here who is interested in working as a peer educator for CSC to build the capacity and agency of other young people around you. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Very well managed time session, loaded with a lot of issues that I know women want to ask questions. But yeah, wonderful. See, that's it. In adolescent programming, according to them, we need to exit some people and allow some people in. We need to hammer the truth and not just telling people if you allow any man to touch you, you will get pregnant. It's old-fashioned. It's no longer working. Were you not told? It's not working. So we need the energy of young people who are idealistic, innovative, to use what we are using right now, what is trending in our midst, to take a lot of advantage over HIV response. And I think it's going to happen. We are ready as civil society. That was the question she asked. Are you ready? We are ready. Are you ready? Yeah. Thank you very much. There's a question.
I listened very carefully. Sorry, my name is Uchenna. I'm the FCT Key Population Coordinator. I was here earlier in the morning and I left my meeting and came back again. So mine is a kind of contribution and clarifications. Yeah, the young guys, they spoke very well. And I want to talk about the issue of ownership. People are scared of funders are leaving, funders are going to leave in 2030. What is the way forward? Yeah, I love that common phrase that we say, don't plan with us without us. That's a very good one. But I have there's something you guys are missing up every time. The issue of, yes, the key population, the young persons, they can work with the IPs, they can work with social funders and what have you, and we are ready. It's a very valid point. But please don't mix the issue of not planning for you without you and the issue of people engaging you to come and work in their offices. There are two different things. There are things I tell people, when we started this work way back 2009, as peer educator, we started growing. Then what we call mentorship when you're in your office. If you are very naive joining the job, look at your supervisors, tell them to mentor you. It's better whatever you think you can do better. If you are being taught, look at them very well. If you are an MIE expert that's left from a CPU, and if after 5 years, you notice that UNA is a fantastic MIE person, you can go and apply. You don't have to wear information on your forehead before applying. You can apply if you qualify for the job. I'm sure that you are interviewed, they will grant you the opportunity to work. It's not possible that you must be KP, then engage KP because I want to work with you. No. So you're a human being before you become any whatever technology that is existing in this work we are doing. That's one thing I want to clarify. Thank you very much.
Thank you. You don't take that. Okay, so a lot of spaces to be occupied. Okay, yeah. Okay, you have the mic. No, you have the mic first.
Okay, thank you so much, the young. One house, please. One house. Thank you. So thank you so much, the young organizations and young persons here present in this room. That's a very good one from the group. For us, the civil society, like my brother just said, we are ready. Now, us as NEP1, we started engaging the young organization. Currently, we are working with NINETA. We're also working with education as a vaccine. We are also working with AP in Kwara and Ebonyi State. Then currently, our sister organization, ANI, who is a co-SR with NEPAN on the entry project, has also engaged NINETA in Anambra State. So this is a lot of collaboration that's already going on and engagement that's already going on between the young organization and us. And again, we intend to expand this. And believe me, we are running a system that's including every... Can you hear me now? Now, we are including all populations in our intervention. The key populations are carried along. Everybody inclusive are carried along. So just to let us know that this is already ongoing, and in months to come, we are going to see how we expand, to see how we accommodate more organizations, and that if there are interventions that have to do with engaging individuals, we are also open to that, and will continue to engage you guys. So well done, kudos to you guys.
All right, thank you very much. Next.
Thank you very much. Up youths, nobody's answering me. You know, let me tell you one thing. I'm one of the youngest persons here. It's a pity my... Hello.
Of the greatest Nigerian youth.
If you want to doubt me, it's just a pity that my dad died about 2 years ago. I would have asked you to verify. I would have told you that I was born a few years ago. On a serious note, I've heard some things here from this side, and I'm hearing things like we should engage youths and all that. Believe you me, nobody's going to ask you to come. You knock doors. Don't ever, you said, my daughter there was talking about boycotting some meetings. Don't boycott those meetings. We used to boycott meetings. But it got to a point when we got smarter. Even if you don't invite us to those meetings, I wish Olake were here. Right? Yeah. In those days, we would sponsor ourselves. Even at times, we would share rooms if you don't have enough money, hotel rooms, you know. I will get there. If you give me a call, we are supposed to be there. They'll say, oh, sorry, we forgot to include you, but we budgeted for everything. Oh, sorry, I hope you did not budget for the seats. As long as you don't budget for the seats and say we cannot get seat to seat, can we come? We will come. When it's time for lunch, we will say we want to go and buy granite and body outside. They say, it's not that bad now, please join us. Do you understand? And that is the moment that whatever you say in such meetings will be respected. You know why? They are not the ones that funded that meeting. Next one. They are working with a lot of these youth organizations. I want to ask you, how many young people did you sponsor to this event? When we're talking about engagement, letting young people be at the place where we are talking. That is how to let the ears of everyone be tuned to the voices of young people. Okay? When we're talking about engagement, it goes beyond us having collaborative implementations, interventions, projects, and all those things. But when putting young people on the driver's seats. 2, non-governmental organizations here. CSOs. How many of us, NGO leaders, how many of us have young people on our boards? Okay? Okay, don't tell me acting representative. Board. Your board, go. When I mean board of trustees, not your management board, your BOT. Ashman? Where are other networks? Yeah. Which organization? Beautiful. How many organizations have young people? At a point in time, we looked at ourselves, we said we are not adequate. We had to invite Shams to be on our board. Sitting down with the professors and other people who are much older to be experienced. You understand? Because there is no way any of us, with all our gray hair, can feel what you are feeling. We must have felt it a long time ago, but things have changed now. And therefore, this is one of the things that civil society organizations should start learning. And we are not going to be here forever. Like she said we are not as strong as we used to be. Okay? The other venue we wanted to use was at the back. It's up there. When we started climbing, we were already panting. And you know what? That is a disability. Age is a disability. In case you don't know. And then we are not as young as we used to be. We are not as strong as we used to be. I can't jump as high as I used to jump when I was 40 years old, 30 years old. That means we are on our way out. And Yorubas will say, Òòṣà tó bá ń sìn, àbíkú tó bá ń jó, tí ò bá sọmọdé bẹ́ẹ̀ máa ń parun ni. The kind festival wey they do, you know they want young people, that kind festival they go extinct. You understand? So as young people, we need to understand those people that are, as I said, as young people, those people that are younger than us, we must begin to teach you to take leadership. Furthermore, we don't have the benefit of what you have today. When we were your age, we were not involved in NGO thing. We were much older than you are today. When we started our own about 20 years ago. And therefore, you have a head start that is much earlier than most of us. And therefore, you have much more time to hone your skills, improve yourself, and be able to achieve much better than we have ever achieved. And therefore, as young people, stop thinking that somebody who is going to put you in positions of leadership. I believe every young person that is leading a group of young people is already a leader. And therefore, you have to be assertive. One, you have to be innovative. You must also learn to tell your stories in compelling ways that each time anyone listens to it, they will have to think that, oh, this person is making sense. One thing I've learned with advocacy is that if you spend your time knocking on doors, making so much noise, please let us in. If they open the door to you and you enter at that decision-making table and you begin to stammer at that point in time, the next time you knock on the door, they will ask the security to throw you away. It means you must be able to marshal your points at every opportunity for you to be able to convince people to understand what you want them to understand. Furthermore, I want to give you one very important point, which is about on comprehensive sexuality education. You have to use the power of the social media. I don't know how many of us are on Twitter. How many of us? Just raise your hand. You see? A lot of us are not on Twitter. Instagram, Facebook, TikTok. Everybody's on TikTok. What do you do on TikTok? You know that thing, huh? But these are powerful tools. There was a time we were having an assessment program on sexuality education, basically on safe abortion in Oyo State. And when we brought stakeholders together, you know what we first did? We first sent a YouTube movie, a Nollywood movie on YouTube that highlighted a case of unsafe abortion that resulted in the death of a young woman. And by the time we had our assessment, that movie was the teaser. And that lady that died, all we're talking about is how to prevent the death, how we could have prevented the death of that young lady. Okay? It's rang a bell in the minds of all the people. And finally, I want to tell you, you cannot do it alone. Don't say it is us. Yes. If it is not, it's not, what to say, nothing for us without us. But the fact is that nothing for you without the other people as well. Invite older people, religious leaders, community leaders, education sector, and everyone that has everything to do with what you want to talk about. And then bring everybody together. There's a session we should have done on participant learning appraisal. We're not sure we'll be able to do it during this conference. But we want to teach you how to bring stakeholders together and be able to analyze and be able to arrive at joint actions which will be supported by everyone. I hope we'll be able to do it during this conference, but if not, during our master classes that we talked about, we will be able to talk about it. God bless you. You are the leader of today, not the leaders of tomorrow. Thank you.
Young people, say hi. Hi. Yeah, fellow young people. You see, that's good. Yes, in my heart, I'm 16. You take it, like you don't take it.
Yeah,
please. Let me tell you something. I love when I meet young people and what the young people who were on stage here, what they have delivered. But I want to leave you with something. Don't you ever make the mistake of living here with a sense of entitlement. That is a mistake a lot of you make. What you need to do is this. Make yourself valuable and relevant. Don't think because you are a young person, you will sit, hallelujah will come and meet you there. It's a lie. You need to build your capacity. I tell people, even if you are given an assignment or you are employed, you know one secret? Make yourself valuable to a point that your employer, if you are not there, he or she will be looking for you. If they say do 3 things, try to do 5. We call it value added. That's what I tell my children. And when I train people, I always tell them, always go beyond the boundaries. Excel. Don't look for, make I just pass. Go for that distinction level. So that before they start searching for anybody, look for that guy, look for that guy, look for that lady, look for that lady. All I want to depart with you is please add value to yourself, make yourself valuable, and make yourself responsive. God bless you.
Sincerely speaking, even at this conference, if you want to know how to start your own NGO too, let us know. We will help you guide you through how to start your own organization. It's not about money. Grow your initiative. And the best time to start is now. Because when there is funding opportunity tomorrow, and the funding opportunity is saying it's only for organizations that have been registered for the past 2 years, then you are not going to be qualified. The best time to start is when? Now. We will support you. Thank you. We have lunch. The lunch will be at the restaurant. Just the way we did in the morning. With the tea bread, don't present that your card and then you have lunch. No need to rush, it will be enough for everybody. Just take your time, gently walk down. Today is pre-conference. Tomorrow is the main, tomorrow and next, 13th and 14th is the main accountability forum. And it's starting 9, 8 to 9 is registration. If you don't register before 9, you can as well just stay back at home, please. Because many more people will be coming to this same hall tomorrow. Between 8 and 9, registration will take place, after which scientific sessions, master classes will start. So please do well. After lunch, don't come back here. We release you and go today. But tomorrow, 9 is a deal. Thank you very much.